The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing about a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che.
Hi.
And hopefully we'll be joined here shortly with Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent. On this season 4, episode 21, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is Steve Harvey going after us for not supporting Kamala Harris. Then we got the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Who is doubling down on support of the police, and he wants to strengthen qualified immunity, whatever that means. And they already have qualified immunity in all 50 states, so I don't know exactly what the dump is alluding to, but he basically wants to give more protection to the police, like his predecessor, old Sambo, did with those blue lies murder laws. So we're going over that. Then we got blue lies murder laws. Let me pull up the topics. Then we got Steve Harvey crashes out on Umar Johnson over Kamala Harris. Then we got Trump promises to give police immunity from prosecution. Trump's police state. Then we got black voters employing critical thinking skills with the selection, have Democratic Shills worried. Then we got Marlon, Wayans, Checcs, Vlad, DJ Vlad, Agent Vlad. Then we got Me So Hungry, Uncle Luke versus Tariq Nasheed. Then we got legal migrant news and our Unhoused neighbor news. NYC, they keep setting the migrants free. Then we got illegal migrants take the life of a student in Virginia car crash. Then we got DA to drop murder charge in I-25 double homicide. Denver DA files murder charge against Lumumba Sayers Sr. Those are the topics for tonight. All right, Lady Che, what do you got to say before we get this thing started?
I'm looking forward to tonight's show. I'm looking forward to it, especially like all the stuff we reviewed over the last couple hours. I'm looking forward to it. That's all.
Okay. Shout out to Brother Tony, to the media group. He's going to give us an update on Steve Harvey crashing out on Umar Johnson over Kamala Harris.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat, and then we can get today's stream started while I'm waiting for the ones to come in. If you haven't, foolishness. This is video releasing discussing how the Democrats and Kamala Harris are working tirelessly to get Cornel West and Jill Stein off the Wisconsin ballot. Those are extremely important videos. You should watch those. One is already published. The other one will be published tonight at around 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Maybe I'll move it up forward. But with the important stuff out of the way, let's get into the foolishness, right? Let's just, come on, TD, all the important political talk, Democrats and democracy and blah, 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 blah. Let's get into the nonsense. Okay? Let's get into the foolishness because that's what this is all is. This is all foolishness. This is all DNC Kamala Harris foolishness. What we have here is Umar Johnson, who had some choice words for Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey is a Democrat shill. He didn't appreciate what Umar Johnson had to say, so then he had some remarks back on his morning show. What I first want to do is take a moment to play some of what Umar Johnson had to say that kicked this whole feud off in between him and Steve Harvey about Kamala Harris. Now, first thing is first, for those of you who are unaware of who Umar Johnson is, most of you do know who he is, but I'll give you a little quick intro that's going to make some of you upset, but that's okay. You'll get over it. Umar Johnson is a hustler. He's a hustler who has hustled roughly around, allegedly, $2 million out of the Black community to build a fake school that's never going to happen. He currently is in possession of 2 trap bandos, abandoned buildings that are completely rusted and busted down. They're not going to become schools ever. It's just not going to happen. And even after all of this, he has been allowed to reinvent himself, right, as some sort of just social commentator now. So outside of allegedly stealing well over $2 million. Supporters will say it was only $750,000, as if that makes it better. You know, outside of that, you know, he's taken this money for the school that's never going to happen. We all know it's not going to happen, but he's been allowed to reinvent himself as a social commentator. So now he runs around here giving interviews on places like The Breakfast Club and other interview channels that are geared towards Black American audience. And that's him in a nutshell. How he's been able and why he's been able to reinvent himself the way he has is besides me. But in between allowing stuff like this to just permeate and voting blue no matter who, Black community. Now, I know I'm starting it off on a downer. I don't mean to do that, but I just had to get that off my chest, okay? I had to get it off my chest. Let's just get into what Umar had to say, and then we'll get into Steve Harvey, if you haven't left the video already, because you're an Umar fan and you got a little upset. Let's get into it.
This is real ancestral energy over here. I'm not no Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey. You don't drop no check off and say, get the to the plantation on November the 4th. You don't drop no check off and say, get the to the plantation. But if we're going to be honest, Steve Harvey and Ricky Smiley, and I love you both, no hate to my big brothers, but if we're going to be honest, Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey, y'all only carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Can we please be honest? Can we see? I want y'all to understand, overstand, and understand what King Kong is talking about. Y'all carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Kamala Harris and the Democratic plantation is paying you celebrities, paying you to shame Black people into voting. Y'all know we're not going to get nothing out of that vote.
And we paid you to build a school for Black boys, and you tricked the money off.
Y'all know we're not going to get nothing out of that vote. Y'all know we're not going to get nothing out of the vote, but they being paid. Y'all being bought. They offered me $10K for an interview with Kamala Harris. I don't want your
everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to tell you.
First of all, we're going to have her on her again, or how many other times?
Let's get into what Steve Harvey had to say. You heard what Umar had to say. You heard the rambling and the blah, 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 you know, about how I got offered $10K to interview Kamala Harris, and he's not going to tap dance like Steve Harvey, you know, because why do I have to do that when I could just tap into the well of Black folks that'll pay me millions of dollars for a school I'm not going to build? No. Instead, I'll let the Steve Harveys of the world take the $10,000 or to tap dance for Democrats. And here's what Steve Harvey had to say.
But we can definitely do the interview.
Well, first of all, we're going to have her on her again, or how many other times is needed to get her into office. Brother Umar, let me say this, man. I absolutely love some of the things you say. I really, really do, man. Some of the stuff I don't always agree with, but ain't nobody got to agree with everything I say. But let me clear the air on something.
First off, why does Steve Harvey look like he's struggling bad? I know he's not. I know he's not struggling. But why is his shirt collar busted wide open like that? Right. Looking ashy as I don't know what. Does the DNC plantation got you guys stressed out like that? It looks like tap dancing for Kamala has Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, DL Hughley stressed out to the point to where they're not even keeping up with themselves anymore. Look at Steve Harvey's collar. Why is it just busted open like that, bro? Come on, man, fix that up. Fix that, you know what I'm saying? Right? That's the crackhead vibes. Don't just look like, you know, like a dope fiend. Look, just dope fiend vibes. That is crazy. That is crazy. And let me get to my man Saul. I appreciate you, bro. Always taking care of me and my family via the super chat. I guarantee everybody, if you were to share TD's videos, you will not have any friends. You'll lose a lot of family members, you know, especially like, you know, the older ones, you know, your mother and grandparents and stuff like that. They definitely won't mess with you anymore after watching my videos. Well, let's get back into this, man. I appreciate you, Saul, for coming through like you always do. Well, let's get back into the rambling of Steve Harvey and what he had to say here. You know, like I said, giving crackhead vibes, giving like the stressed out, you know, it's hard out here for DNC shill vibes, man. Let's get back into it.
Please. You can't hire Steve Harvey for $10,000 to do nothing.
Yes, thanks.
Let me just A that out the way. I don't know where you got that number from, but you can't offer Steve Harvey $10,000 to do nothing.
Why he look like this? Right? He got the Pookie vibes. He like, can't do nothing. Okay? I don't want the taco meat hanging out. I don't want to pull my shirt too much, but you know, you can't do nothing. Okay? You can't do nothing. What is going on? Why does he look wild like this? This is crazy. Look at the hand movements and everything.
Please. You can't hire Steve Harvey for $10,000 to do nothing.
Yes, thanks.
Let me just A that out the way. I don't know where you got that.
Wait a minute, did you see the itching? Oh no. Oh, come on, Steve. Come on, Steve. He itching and everything.
Please. You can't hire Steve Harvey for $10,000 to do nothing.
Yes, thanks.
Let me just A that out the way. I don't know where you got that number from.
Oh man, these brothers out here doing bad, man. These brothers out here doing bad. Let me just go ahead and let this run. This is crazy. He said, you can't hire me to do nothing. You can't hire me, you know, to do nothing. This is crazy. What's going on with these black celebrities, man? DL Hughley, Ricky Smiley and them? Let me let it run.
But you can't offer Steve Harvey $10,000 to do nothing. No, you can go through the industry and ask about me. Bro, let me tell you something. Omar, let me tell you something, man.
And you call him Omar. Genesis said that's that Diesel.
There ain't no hate here at all, cause I like some of the work he does. I really do. Listen, man, I don't do nothing. Nothing.
Can't even look at my Facebook.
For $10,000. Don't even insult.
29.
I can't even look at my Facebook.
I'm gonna let it run. What does it say? Pichi or something? Let it run. Stop tarrying it. Oh man, y'all telling me in the comment section y'all ain't got time to tarry? I keep pausing the video too much.
See everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to tarry.
Oh man, I'm tarrying the video. Okay, I'll let it run a little bit. Y'all let it run a little bit. You ain't got time to tarry. My bad. I'm tarrying it.
Don't insult the brand equity that I've built over these 30 years of television. I just don't, man. And I'm doing this absolutely free of charge because I want this country to be in her hands as opposed to Donald Trump's hands. That's why I do it. Now, me and Ricky Smiley happen to be on the same page. Now, we Q's now. And so is DL Hughley. And Q's kind of run the airways of black radio.
Okay.
See, what have I been talking about this whole time? Every time I speak about these guys are looking out for themselves. All these Divine Nine dudes that are holding these kind of positions of power, these positions of status, right? They do not view themselves in the same light as the common black man or woman. They look at themselves as the overseers. They are the overseers of the black community. They're the ones that steer you in the direction that the DNC wants that you to be steered in. And then upon doing that successfully, they get to remain in their positions of status and power in the country, whether they are part of the political elite or they are just within close proximity to the political elite. They want to remain where they are. This is why I always talk about the Democrat political elite and the Divine Nine Army. And the Divine Nine Army. These guys are all about themselves. They are all about themselves and their Qs and their Alpha Phi goofies and all that kind of stuff. They are about themselves and themselves only. And they are about promoting their own success as individuals as if it's some sort of collective black success, which it is not, right? We see this all the time, whether you're talking about Steve Harvey and his radio show or Ketanji Brown Jackson. It's about them and in repackaging their own individual success as if this is some collective black progress, which it is not. They are about themselves and themselves only.
Okay. All right.
The Q's is running the airways of black radio.
All right, Purple and Gold.
Okay. But we also understand what's at stake here. So no, I haven't received a single dollar from anybody to do what I do. And I'm doing it gladly for free. Yes. And I'm going to freely have her on here again and again and again. I am going to freely ask soft-ass questions. I am going to freely lob the basketball so she can slam dunk all these questions. Yes. I'm going to freely sit here and agree. So,
I mean, I don't know. He's telling you all there is to say. He's telling you all there is to say concerning who he is, what he's about, and why he does what he's doing. You know what I mean? There's more to it. He said, I'm going to freely agree with everything she says. I'm going to freely lob her the ball softly so she can dunk it in. I'm going to freely ask her a softball questions so that she can answer them perfectly. This isn't about who's actually best for the job. It's about what's best for his pockets and his position of status within this country as it pertains to proximity to the Democrat Party and all the perks that comes with that. It's about him and himself only. It's about him and the Divine Nine Army and all the Qs and the AKAs and the ski-wees and all that. It's about them protecting their own position of power in the country and in repackaging that individual success as if it's black progress, which it is not.
The black vote is not for sale. But it is a very important block of votes that can control the outcome of this election.
If we're being honest, the black vote is the goofiest voting block in America. And I'll just stop there because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But I mean, when you're just from 1964 up until this moment in time to 2024, when you've been voting blue no matter who to the tune of 85 to 90%, and the community still remains in the position that it's in today, it's the goofiest voting block in America. We're the only ones that vote like that. We're the only ones that do that. Everybody else, to some degree, votes with some level of common sense. We're the only one that's out here on goofy time. But let him tell it, you know, we're very important. And I guess we are the most important voting bloc for him and his position of status and proximity to the political elite. So yeah, the black voting bloc is important to him and the Divine Nine Army and the black political elite. But for the common black folks, common black man or woman, let alone the American population as a whole, we on goofy time. But hopefully, I don't know, we'll see what happens this November.
And if I have my way, if it is within God's will, she will be the next president of the United States, because the alternative, see, there's only two people running for president.
Yeah.
It's Kamala Harris, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump. That's the choice. So I don't know. You know, and if somebody offered you 10, you should have took it. But anybody offered me nothing. But please don't insult me and offer me $10,000. Because I'm telling you right now, it cost way more for me to wake up and turn this mic on.
Oh, Steve,
way more.
Get him his $10,000.
I can't even let that get out about me.
He looked like, come on, man, you ain't got $1 for me, man. You know, you trying to pump gas in the car or something like that. You pull up to the gas station, you didn't even get out the car yet. You just sitting in the car looking at your phone before you pump gas, and somebody come knocking on the window looking like Steve Harvey. Hey, come on, man, can you help me out, man? You got 25 cents. What you gonna buy with 25 cents, bro? I mean, I wasn't gonna give you no money anyways, but 25 cents. What you gonna get with that? Come on, man, you got a little something, get me something inside the gas station when you go inside, man. I ain't got no money, bro. I ain't got it. And Biden's economy, Bidenomics, I ain't got it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no money at all. I ain't got no money, and I need you to move away from my car because I ain't got time to Terry.
See everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
I ain't got time to Terry, man. Go ahead and get away from my car looking like how Steve Harvey looking right now with his collar open wide and the face looking all ashy and all in his neck looking ashy and dry. Come on, man. I ain't got time to Terry. Shout out to my man, Papa Onaya Shelley, for coming through and said, TD straight roasting these fools. He ain't got time to Terry. I ain't got time to Terry at all, man. We only got about maybe 2 minutes left of this video. We need to go ahead and hurry up and shut this thing down because I ain't got time to Terry. There's real news going on out here in this election season. And this ain't it. But it is fun to get your roast on every now and then.
See everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
I ain't got time to Terry, man. Let's go ahead and get through with this video.
The amount of insulting to you. Wow.
That's just, I mean, really,
the
man.
brand.
And look, man, they can take their campaign money and put it into other causes, like buying ads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The ad I'm running right now, this is free.
Free. Please go vote for Kamala Harris. Do it for free.
Kamala Harris campaign ad right now. Please vote. The black vote is not for sale.
But it is not.
But it is a very, very viable force. It really is important. And that's why everybody want it, man.
That's right.
He's proving what Joe Biden said to be true. He said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Him stating that the black vote is not for sale proves Biden to be true. For as insulting as that was, what else does that tell you? When you got somebody like him, a gatekeeper, Steve Harvey, saying, no, the black vote is not for sale. He's making the decision for you. He's making the decision for you. He's letting you know, black folks, stop acting silly now. People like you and, all you little, MAGA extremists like TD that want to go out and vote for Trump. The black vote is not for sale. It's not for sale. You get out there and you vote for Kamala because it's not for sale. He's telling us, what we will and won't do. It's not for sale because Steve Harvey said so. We're just going to go vote blue like we always do and vote blue the community into oblivion.
And because let me tell you something, if you look at look at the last presidential election, when it got down to Michigan, Wisconsin, it got down to Philadelphia, it got down to Georgia, Atlanta. Philly, Pennsylvania. All those, the Republicans were winning out in the suburbs. When they got to the inner cities where we heavily populate Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee, that turned the election. And the same thing can happen this time. And they all know. Why do you think
see everything else? I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
The National Association of Black Journalists would even walk his ass out there. He was out there to try to make black people think that he's done more for black people than any president since Abraham Lincoln. But he can't name one thing he's done for black people.
He said, why do you think that Donald Trump went out there to speak with the National Black Journalists Association. He went out there to try and convince Black folks that he's been the greatest president to the Black population since Abraham Lincoln. You know, let's let Donald Trump tell it himself.
I have been the best president for the Black population since Abraham Lincoln.
Facts. I mean, I can't really argue against that. Donald Trump's spitting facts, you know. And I don't know if you knew this, but
I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country.
Steve Harvey just hating. He hating, but the real question is his motives for showing up. I mean, it's election season. Like, yeah, I'm gonna show up. I'm trying to get votes, and I want to answer some questions. The real question is, why didn't Kamala Harris show up when she was invited? And when she said she couldn't physically be there, she was extended an invitation to be there via Zoom, and she still declined. Why was she ducking the smoke with Donald Trump at the National Black Journalists Convention? That's the real question. But we're never going to get that question coming out of Steve Harvey, because he said out of his own mouth, I'm only going to ask Kamala Harris softball questions. I'm only going to pass her lob so that she can dunk the ball. I am not asking her any tough questions at all. And I'm going to agree with everything that she says. So we'll never get that question asked from him, but that is the real question.
And then got mad at the Black woman for asking him tough questions. Now,
that woman at ABC did not ask him tough questions. She asked him nonsensical, ignorant questions that had nothing to do with nothing. She had an opportunity to sit down with the former president to actually ask important questions concerning his policy and how that will affect the Black community. And she did none of that. She went out there in an attempt to have a gotcha moment and started asking a bunch of nonsensical questions that has nothing to do with nothing. And it just continues to cast us as a whole in a bad light, because it just kind of says, hey, look, when you deal with Black folks, you can expect the foolishness. You can expect the foolishness. I was actually quite embarrassed. I think I stated that in the video prior when I talked about that. I was quite embarrassed by the way that that woman from ABC conducted herself, speaking with Donald Trump. You have an opportunity to actually, you know, break down policy and understand how this stuff works and how it'll affect the Black community negatively or positively. And instead, you chose to turn into a clown show. But we uphold this as being some sort of, I don't know, her asking tough questions. We uphold it as her being strong when she was really just being goofy. This video is almost finished. I think there's about 30 seconds of it. I rewind it back just a little bit.
Thing he's done for Black people. And then got mad at the Black woman for asking him tough questions. Now, anybody else that don't agree with that right there, I understand. But just show me what he's done for Black people so I can understand. Because right now I don't.
All right. Go on and collect.
Kamala Harris for president. Thank you very much.
I approve this
message.
God approve this message. Absolutely for free.
Well, see, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
I ain't got time to Terry, man. I'll tell you what Trump did for Black folks when you tell me what Biden and Harris did for Black folks, and you can't say insulin. I'm so sick of the price of insulin answer. We've been getting that answer. How come every DNC president that comes in and out of office, when you ask them, well, what did they do for Black folks? What did Obama do for Black folks? What did Bill Clinton do for Black folks? What did any of these DNC presidents, what did Obama do? What did Biden do? Oh, well, drop the price of insulin. So every election, every time y'all in office, all you can tell me is how you drop the price in insulin, and says, you know, elderly Black Americans are disproportionately affected by the price of insulin. You are disproportionately benefited from that price of insulin drop. All they do is drop the price of insulin. All the issues that we have in the Black community, and all you can tell me about is how the price of insulin dropped. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Price of insulin. Shout out to my man Willis Addison, who said, oh, what you say, OBKB, Cat Williams impersonating Steve Harvey. That's how he looking. He's looking like OBKB. I've never seen Steve Harvey look that rough before. Like, understand, like, I feel like I look rough. I need a haircut. You know what I'm saying? I need a shape up and all that. My hairline's going back quite a bit. I don't know how much longer this is gonna last, but you know, I feel like I look rough, but this right here is next level. This right here is that knock on your window, asking for some change while scratching your neck. I don't know why he's looking like that, man. Right. But Steve Harvey, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. But understand, while I'm praying for you, at the same time.
Oh, see, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
I ain't got time to Terry, man. I'm going for Trump over here. You pushing Kamala over there, I'm pushing Trump over here. I mean, because you all know at the end of the day, for those of you who don't know, you know, I'm actually not a real person. TD doesn't exist in real life. I'm a Russian bot powered by artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, created by Putin to push misinformation on YouTube to trick Black Americans into voting for Trump. That's what I was created to do. And that's what I've been doing, you know, since the entire time that I've been on YouTube. So I just wanted to inform you guys, got some new subscribers who came into the channel. I don't, you know, maybe you didn't know that already, but I don't exist in real life. TD is not a real person. This is artificial intelligence. All right. And with all that being said, that does it for today's show, man. Please hit the like button on your way out. If you haven't already, please do that.
All right, lady Check, what's your thoughts on Steve Harvey crashing out on Umar Johnson? Lady Check, passed out on us. Man, these damn Democratic Shills is doing bad, you know. And I'm loving every minute of it. We put them on the unemployment line after November 5th. That would be lovely. Yeah, Steve Harvey's a buck dancing cone, Democratic shield. So I'm not surprised. He's tried to go out Umar though. That's just funny. And I want my money back, Umar Johnson. I donated like $50 back in 2014, 2015, something like that. I like my money back. You still ain't got no goddamn school. It's been how many years now? It's been over 10 years. Like 12 years, something crazy like that. And still no school. Do better. Seriously. Let's just give us back our goddamn money that we donated for that school over 10 years ago. That's too much money, right? All right, so moving along, we got the dump. That's inhuman shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. Promises to give police immunity from prosecution. Trump police state. And this is from General Superstar Sayers. Shout out to him. I met him here in Aurora back in 2016. This one here.
All right, family. Black Power is the truth hour with General Sayers Sr. Kick back. Get your mind ready for some information that's guaranteed to be heavy. I'm excited and delighted to be accepting members to the Sayers Sr. YouTube page, a dynamic page. Y'all already know what it is, Black Power, Black Frequency. If you're feeling that frequency and energy, you should most definitely join. The link right down in the video description. It's in the chat. Click it. You'll get a video introduction, rundown on the membership, what they entail. You see one you like, you should most definitely join. Even if you don't, I appreciate your presence here at the Sayers Sr. YouTube page. Continue to engage, continue to advance. That's right, family. Ring the alarm. KingSeti.com, online marketplace, official General Sayers Sr. DVD lectures, t-shirts, tank tops, hoodies, African and Kemetic jewelry, holistic tonics and remedies, home decor, accessories for every room in the house. I got something for your family. Check me out. Get you something hot. Shop and save and shop. Pull the fire alarm. GeneralSeti.com. SETI University, over 2,500 videos. Nothing but that fire. All the subjects that you know and love, from the general to raw for YouTube, the making of the white man, all debates, all religions exposed: Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, ancient Egypt, Ethiopia, Olmec, West Africa, South, North Africa, all over the global, all over the global world, Kushite Empire, Black politics and economics, and so much, much more. I want you to get on over there. We got hand-picked documentaries and lectures from experts, grandmaster teachers. There is not another website on the planet that can compare or compete. Become a member today. SETI popping on Patreon, BPC making noise. We never come. Over 500 more. It's more like 6 or even more than that. I got to quit saying 500. It's more than 500, more like 600. Live streams, exclusive, only to be seen on Patreon. I go extracurricular, believe it or not. Check me out. We got some fire we dropping today. King SETI on Rumble, the Black Power Scholar that won't stumble or fumble. Make sure you subscribe. And all the family out there donated to the general, I thank you. I appreciate the fact you appreciate me. Any of the family would like to donate. The link right there on the screen in the video description is in the chat. Click it, donate. I thank you ahead of time. Appreciate you ahead of time. Make sure you subscribe to all my YouTube channels: King SETI, General SETI, Sayers SETI. Rock that notification bell. Get a video a thumbs up. Like it because you're for the government. You know, but this crazy shit that this motherfucking Daryl, the big issues that we, that's why we really, even though you got on one end, you get on one issue, you might be in agreement with. Okay, just because I agree with you don't mean I'm gonna vote for you. Right. But I'm in agreement with you on that. I'm in agreement with the border, locking the border down. I'm in agreement with that. You see what I'm saying? That's one of the issues that I'm in agreement. But this crazy shit that this motherfucking derelict, Donald Trump, you see, is talking about giving. I mean, that's unconstitutional. You see what I'm saying? Because murder is goddamn murder. Right. If you're gonna act like goddamn, and see, but this is when you these is for motherfuckers that you're actually seeing what you call a military coup. Mm-hmm. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's as it's just like what they call a junta. A junta, a military government. Yeah. Where the military take over the government. And so this is what this motherfucker is actually saying. So yeah, and when you see he's this is the blueprint, of that type of overthrow of any nation, whether the certain military or certain police, and and you'll find that shit, if the Constitution say one thing and the Supreme Court say one thing, and then the president, you'll have the military going against the goddamn police. You see what I'm saying? You'll have the military going against the police, and the police going, it'll be chaos in this motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? But when you listen to what the fuck he's saying, you can't give nobody, because look at what they doing. When you talk about the police is in alignment with the judge. Yeah. They in alignment. You see, they in alignment. They just now start getting on these motherfuckers for the shit that they've been doing. Yeah. You see, so now you seeing some of the criminal system go against itself, where some of the judges may be in the pocket of the Democrats. Some of the judges may be in the pocket of the Republicans. So if it's in the best interest that a motherfucking police go to office or go to prison, based on a democratic, initiative, they'll send their motherfucking ass to jail. You see what I'm saying? They should have been sending their ass to jail. So what really, when we talk about making America great again, we know exactly, because this is these are the you know, this has been the initiative in America since day one. That's all we've ever heard, is how police and sheriffs and shit, they was with the lynch mob. What the fuck? They was with the lynch mob. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I already did it. Yeah, well, you know, they listen. And I understand they say Obama. It ain't Obama is signed. Listen, they don't give a fuck about no bills. They don't give a fuck, you know, that just to, you know, for motherfuckers that, you know, for motherfuckers that, you know, want to be so political, they always, you know, they bring up a law and they bring the police been killing niggas since day one. Ain't never stopped. Bill, no goddamn bill. You feel me? When did they ever need a bill? They don't give a motherfucker. And without the bill, have never too much been prosecuted. Right. Yeah. They ain't when did they need a bill? They ain't never needed no goddamn bill to do the shit that they want to do. Because they're just like, because you know, it could be there. It could be there. That bill ain't for them, because you got to have the will to enforce the bill. You see? And it could be, it's all kind of bills that been passed. And they just sit there. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to have a majority that want to enforce. You see, but listen to me. Police, if you murder some goddamn body, you ain't gonna have no immunity. You understand what I'm saying? You're not gonna have no immunity. They locking these motherfuckers up. So I don't know what they mean by, because you still a citizen. And if a citizen commits murder, your motherfucking ass going to jail. Yeah. That's what you doing. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing they're gonna do, they're gonna fire your ass. That's first and foremost. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna fire your motherfucking ass. They're gonna get rid of you. And then they're gonna throw them charges. They've been giving these motherfuckers some time. So if they had any type of immunity, then they wouldn't be giving these motherfuckers time. They giving them time now. Yeah, they giving them time. Okay, so they got a way around everything. See, we got to quit thinking, oh, it's just, no, they got a way around every motherfucking thing when it's dealing with them. They didn't put that law out there for them. They put that law out there for niggas who love to read the law. You know, we got all these jailhouse lawyers and shit. They know all the bills. They know all the amendments. They know they know all the ratifications. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the only thing they don't know is how to get the fuck from behind them goddamn bars. That's the only thing they don't know how to do, or how to stay from going behind the bars. And so we got a whole lot of motherfuckers that they say these niggas know law better than motherfuckers. Yeah. Motherfuckers down there in the Supreme Court, they no more law, no more bills. You see, no more court cases. They can bring up all the cases on that, you know, that's beneficial to them. You know, yeah. Yeah, well, of course it means it. Yeah, of course again, yeah, you know. That mean, and that's what he think it mean. That's what he think it mean. That you know, but he's gonna have a mutiny. He's gonna have a mutiny, because the thing is, when he do that, you know what I'm saying, man, it's gonna be on. And so I mean, we understand, but you know, Donald was in the late stages of his life. Motherfuckers is saying they lining Donald Trump up. Donald Trump, he, like I say, he have a couple good policies that, you know, like I said, you could work. But then you look at the other shit and you had to say, fuck Donald Trump. You understand what I'm saying? Real talk. You know, he ain't talking about shit. You know what I'm saying? He ain't talking about shit. When you hear this other shit that he talking about, he ain't talking about shit. They lining his ass up. You know, he ain't in his right mind. You know what I'm saying? And probably ain't been there in a long motherfucking time. Yeah, he's 78 years old. You understand? By the time he get ready to if he become president, he gonna be 79. You know, he gonna be 82. You know what I'm saying? 82, and then that's too, you know, that's too old. If you ain't in your right mind, you ain't thinking to see when you that, you know, and you think about that. See, a younger motherfucker, no, they got a lot longer years to live in the world that they create. See, Donald Trump is on somewhat of a suicide mission. You know what I'm saying? They, you know, a lot of people say that, you know, and you know, I thought, and I still think that, you know, that the shooting, you know, could be a setup. You know what I'm saying? And it could be. But a lot of people say that Donald Trump ain't been right since that goddamn, you know, that attempt assassination. So, you know, I had to rethink that and take both of them into consideration. That, you know what I'm saying? Because I noticed, and I noticed, and I was listening to him at the Republican that 2025 agenda is a real problem. Yeah, it is a real problem. And it's been a real problem. You see what I'm saying? It's been a real problem. It's even realer when, see, the thing is, Donald Trump, what he doing, he'll put it right there in your face. He'll say, this is my agenda. You see what I'm saying? What's realer is how what they've been doing for the last 400 years, the last 4 years have been more devastating because that's 2025. The shit that's coming through these borders and have been coming through these borders, I don't see how motherfuckers don't see that has been as lethal or more lethal than any fucking thing that he talking about. You see what I'm saying? That's 2025. Motherfuckers don't act like what the fuck been going on for 4 years ain't even more devastating than that. I mean, literally, you got outsiders that then took over whole areas, cities, states, because I'm going to be talking about this Venezuelan gang that a prison gang that then went up into Colorado and took over, you know, areas and shit and bringing mayhem into areas of the United States and shit and causing drama. You understand what I'm saying? With black people. Motherfuckers talking about 2025, nigga, 2024, August 18th, 2024. Motherfucker got to quit, you know, thinking that no, the end didn't, the devastation didn't started. We got to quit saying, oh, he's gonna sign a law. This motherfucker been a police state before it was even the motherfucking Declaration of Independence was signed. I mean, niggas act like at some point in time that somehow they was doing good. We can't look at the twos and fews. You see what I'm saying? We talking about as a whole. Niggas act like ain't no point in time when the police, white people, racists, been killing niggas damn near whenever. I mean, we done had horrific murders day one up until the day. Yeah. They got immunity. Man, come on, man. I mean, what the fuck? What? Everything, it got to be written. If you do a ratio, a statistic how many police been killing niggas, and how many been locked up for killing niggas, or any type of the ratio. What the hell they got? They got immunity now. Been had immunity. What the fuck is niggas talking about? Did you get 2 or 3 made in the last years? You get a 2, you know what I'm saying? You get 2s and fews in the last years. You see what I'm saying? One incident. Motherfucker talking about, what's his name? George Floyd, and or whatever. What about all the niggas that died in the same year? Motherfuckers didn't get wasn't no police prosecuted or nothing. And so we look and say, oh, it's already been immunity. God damn. When the whole goddamn, when we talk about white supremacy, it supports itself. Ain't no real big unless, they do, it supports itself. I don't think, you know what? I just think that black people, they sit in misery, and all they see, and you know why they see, and they keep, because they ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing about what's been already happened to them. You see what I'm saying? I'm not threatened about nothing that Donald Trump is talking about for real. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't even really think he got the type, he got the backing he think he got. First and foremost, yeah, he got some backing, but even if I don't think he got the backing that many people believe that he had. He can't just sign it into, you understand what I'm saying? Because that could be struck down. That could be struck down easily. You see, I mean, the Supreme Court can strike that down. You see, the Supreme Court can strike that down. That don't mean shit. Certain shit I listen to, and I'm not, but see, because I know who I am. I know who the fuck I am. You motherfucker, like he's the worst, out of the worst. Like all these crackers y'all see, and y'all just see him. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all just see him, what he doing. Y'all don't see nothing that's going on right now. You see? You don't see nothing that's going on right now. I wouldn't vote for no goddamn cracker. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I don't believe he can say whatever the fuck he wants. I do not believe at all that he can enforce police's having immunity. I mean, goddamn. I mean, that got to be because you got to think that just don't mean us. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that just don't mean us. Yeah, that just don't mean us. That's just for us. So it's gonna be a whole lot of other motherfuckers that ain't gonna want to ride with that. You see, they ain't all on the same team. Do you think the other that ain't with Trump, do y'all think that they gonna allow him to militarize the police? Do you believe that all police are for Trump? You see? Yeah. Do you, I mean, goddamn. As a president, he cannot stop somebody from being prosecuted. If you commit a murder, there's nothing that he can do to stop. He can, and if he abuse his authority, they could bring his ass. They could bring him up on what's the charge. You understand what I'm saying? He understand that. He understand that. Yeah. He can pardon them, but you know what I'm saying? He can't. That's gonna be your motherfucking. That's gonna be your whole presidency. You gonna sit there and you gonna pardon motherfuckers that commit crimes and shit and this, that, and the third? No, you know. But then the state, the state's got a lot to do with that. You got state police. You see, the governor is in charge of the state police. You got other police. You got a lot of layers and shit that he got to, consider before he, and you could put a federal law out there, but that shit got to go. In order for it to be a law, it got to go through Congress, period. In order for it to become a law, it got to go through Congress. You see, so he gonna have to have a lot of motherfuckers. Well, shit, if Kamala Harris go in the goddamn office, it ain't gonna be no goddamn it don't make no difference which one it is. Because if she do what she done, her and Biden did. Because see, the thing is, people act like they gotta vote. Just because, see, the thing is, you because you expose something about one motherfucker, some people logically think, oh, that's because you support that. No, you ain't got no vote. You see, you ain't got no vote. You ain't got no vote. These is two incompetent motherfuckers that got an idea here and impeachment and an idea there. You see, yeah. But she done left the doors open. Her and Biden, and just come on in. Just come on in. That's just like you leave out. That's just like you leave and go on a vacation and leave your doors open. And motherfucker, and you see you go on the camera and you can see motherfucker walking out with your couch and your refrigerator and your microwave and all this, that, and the third. You done left your doors open. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. He say vote. I don't mind. Do what you do. Do what you do. If you do what you do. Okay, do what you do. I understand, family. People say vote. Vote, goddammit. Go ahead. I'm with you. Go on down there and do what you gotta do. But at the end of the day, you know when it's over with, I'm gonna be right here saying I told your black ass. Go ahead, nigga. Go down there. Y'all niggas know I voted. Y'all niggas get out there, put your little in there. I'm gonna be the nigga 10 days later with the sticker on saying I told your black ass. Yeah. I can't stand either one of them. Both of them. You done left the motherfucker. It ain't gonna be no goddamn nation. It ain't no goddamn nation. You don't even need a passport. Everybody else, for you to be a citizen, to get out this motherfucker and get on a plane or go anywhere, when you go through, they gonna ask you for a passport, nigga. Unless you gonna do what they do. Unless you just gonna go down to the border and you gonna cross over. You see what I'm saying? So you gonna become a migrant, nigga. Even if you got one. So you gonna go down there and go across the goddamn border just like the rest of these motherfuckers. But if you leave out of the United States legally, they gonna ask you for a passport. But you see, that's how you get out and get in. But they can come right on over the border and have been coming over the border by millions. Okay? Shit. I mean, they like I say, they done took over whole areas of the United States. You see what I'm saying? So they might just be setting up a means to start a fucking continental war. You understand? Let them in and then militarize the motherfucking police and then, put out and do whatever the fuck. But it's gonna tear this motherfucker up. If they ever think that they could just kill they gonna burn this motherfucker down. It's already a given, They gonna burn this motherfucker down. I just have, because he's not liked by even all white people. So when he's talking about militarizing, but it's some of the people that that support You know, the police support the other side. They don't all support Donald Trump. He's using that as a means to, you know, say, oh, I'm for the police, this, that. All police don't support Donald Trump. That's a lie. Yeah, that's a lie. So, I mean, what about the other white people? You think they're going to let him militarize the motherfucking police for his own personal army inside the United States? They not going to let that happen. They not going to let that happen. You see what I'm saying? So that just, you know, that's him. Yeah. He ain't no, both of them. Yeah. And black and want to be black Kamala go in there talking about she cooking collard greens and shit and all that shit. You know she want to just fall right on in. You know, do the I cook greens, vote for me. Yeah. I cook greens and you know, I put a little pork in it, and you know, I eat a little pork, even though my husband Jewish, we eat a little pork. Yeah, we eat a little pork. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm black. Yeah, we got to stop this shit. I know. I heard on both sides. I swing the sickle on both sides. Yeah, I swing. Yeah, I put a little Louisiana hot sauce on my collard green. Yeah, look, see, I got some Louisiana hot sauce. Yeah, you know, I keep it in my purse and shit. You know, when I go out and get me some KFC and some churches and shit. Yeah, I go and put me a little Louisiana hot sauce. I'm voting for Kamala. She's a real nigga. Only real niggas use that Louisiana hot sauce. That's a real nigga. She got my vote. That's how you niggas eat. Oh no. Yeah, motherfucker got there. And today's news, 1 million people came across the border. Over 1 million. This was the biggest day, and so we right here. This is the border czar, Kamala Harris. What do you have to say about it? Oh, well, I'm down here cooking some collard greens, y'all. I didn't know the door was open. I was down here cooking my collard greens. I done left the door open. God damn it! How many you say came in? 1 million? Damn! Yesterday was 500,000. I got to remember the lead. Close that door. You the border czar. The fuck is you talking about? Yeah. I'm sick of this shit. Oh, I forgot to I forgot to lock the door, y'all. I'm the border czar. I was over here cooking collard greens with a little pork and you know, and I even got me some Jiffy Mix. You know, I eat that Jiffy Mix cornbread. You know, that's a real nigga. Yeah, that's how we do. We got to quit this shit, y'all. But anyway, we not for it no goddamn way. So if he talking about, you know, immunity, and you know what? When you go in that casket, we gonna see how much immunity you got. If you got immunity, we gonna see if you got immunity. Okay. See, what does immunity mean? You can't go in the casket? Oh, if you can go in the casket, see? That's called, you know, thinking. Yeah. Analytical thought. Immunity. Casket. Immunity. Casket. No immunity. That's what that means. When you go in the casket, that means you ain't got no immunity. All right, family, this is General Sayers Sr. said, he said, hey, I'm gonna say what you say. I don't care if Kamala doesn't. Here she ain't.
Oh shit, my bad, cousin. See you then.
We can't take 4 more years of neither one. Period. Okay? Period. And I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna talk about this Venezuela gang up there in Colorado that they talking about. They took over the goddamn a prison gang. They've been coming across the border, and they got enough of them up in that motherfucking Colorado, Denver, and they putting black people out of apartment buildings and all that shit. You know, no, we ain't. No, sir. We can't do that. We got to do what's righteous. We got to do what's righteous. This is General Sayers Sr. said. He said, "Hey, arm yourself. We'll come right black. Arm yourself with knowledge. Bang on that wicked ass beast. Daily liberation through African education and confrontation. Black power."
All right. Yeah. Shout out to General Sayers Sr. said he for that. Yeah. So see the dumb don't mean it's no good either. Let's see what he wants to sit up here and give more money and more immunity to these goddamn race soldiers. I can't get with that. There's certain things I agree with him on, and there's certain things I do not agree with him on. And one thing for sure, I don't agree with Kamala on a goddamn thing. He's not getting my vote, and neither is the dumb. So, speaking of which, black voters are employing critical thinking skills with the selection, and they have the Democratic Shills worried. Great news. Let's see if I can say. Great news. Great news. Great news.
Ladies and gentlemen, when black Americans start to use critical thinking skills, that scares a lot of people. I'm really are discovering that more and more every day. The one thing they do not want black Americans in particular to do is have critically thinking skills. Now, when you critically think, you ask just a simple question. Why should I be doing this? Why should I support this? And if I support this, how is this going to benefit me? Just asking those simple questions are stirring up a lot of people, definitely within our community, who feel that we should only think one way, we should only vote one way. We can't even say, you know what is the Democrat Party, what are they presenting for black Americans? Right. You know what is the Republican Party presenting for black Americans? What is the Green Party presenting for black Americans? What is the Libertarian Party presenting for black Americans? Just asking questions make people nervous, and it's a problem. Because I've talked about this before. There is a default setting in America for black Americans. And the default setting is you don't say nothing, you don't question nothing, you stay in a slave-like position. Now, what do I mean by a slave-like position? A slave-like position is slaves are here to serve, slaves are not to be catered to, slaves for sure better not ask for no kind of agenda to benefit them. You just do what you're told. And forever, definitely politically, we have been doing what we have been told for the past 60 years. Mm-hmm. What is that? Vote for the Democrat Party. Yeah. Now black Americans are saying, and definitely black men in particular are saying, hey, I don't really see a place for me over there. They don't prioritize me over there. I don't fit the category of people that they prioritize. So you know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm not running to the Republican Party. No. Because I will be back to square one if I just run to the Republican Party, and they're going to get comfortable and they're not going to do nothing. So I'm going to stay right politically in the middle. I'm going to be in the middle, and I want you to fight for my vote. Now, this is what I have noticed as being politically in the middle. On the right side, they want the black votes too. And they try to present their policies. They try to say, hey, look what's happening. Look, we got this going on. Maybe you should come vote with us. Look, y'all can probably benefit over here voting for the Republicans. Okay, cool. What happens on the Democrat side? Do they say policies or whatever that could probably... No. They come with insults. They lie constantly. They defame people. They slander people, for instance. Because I've been seeing a couple of commentaries here and there, and when you talk about someone, show what they're saying, show what they're doing, or they'll like to talk about you, but then I give it an opportunity on our Sound Off Friday on our YouTube channel, and you can come talk to me directly, and let's have that conversation. I'll talk to anybody. I'll talk to any person that's a Democrat. I'll talk to any person that's a Republican. I'll talk to any person that's an independent. I will talk to you, gladly have a conversation with you. And if you're right about something, I'll say, you know what? You're right. I was wrong in that position. I have no problem accepting that. But why is it that Black Americans, when they start thinking critically, or why when Black Americans demand something for their vote? Demand. And yes, once again, let me tell those people in the back of the TikTok right now is maybe not listening too well. We believe over here, and what I advocate over here is get registered to vote. Go to vote.gov and get registered to vote. That's what we believe in. Number two, we believe you should go to the passport and get your U.S. passport. Get that so you can travel throughout the world. Number three, we believe in having a driver's license. So just in case you stay in a voter ID state, you can present your ID. You want to drive. That's very important. You need ID to go do various things. So at minimum, driver's license, voter registration, U.S. passport. That's what we promote. I can't try to suppress the Black vote if I'm promoting that, right? Or in one instance, you want to say we want to suppress the Black vote or tell Black people to vote the couch, but then how can you push Trump talking points? How you can do that at the same time? That doesn't make sense. You're going to either take a position with Trump or you're going to take a position of the couch or whatever. Each individual makes their own choice who they would like to vote for. It's just that simple. They make a choice. And the problem is with a lot of you shills, you Democrat shills, is you having a problem with Black people critically thinking. You having a problem with Black people making a choice. You know why? Because you have no policy wins. See, if you had policy wins, you could go off of that. You could say, hey, why would you want to vote over there? Because here we did X, Y, and Z. And when you do X, Y, and Z, people could say, yeah, the Democrats did do that. But look at what's happening right now. High gas prices, high food prices, inflation through the roof, interest rates through the roof. We have unchecked crime and a lot of illegal immigration. And let me say something about that. Those who like to lie. I am very pro-legal immigration. I'm going to repeat that again. I am pro-legal immigration. I support legal immigration. If you come here legally, welcome to the United States of America. You're in America now. God bless you. But if you come in here and you came illegal, then I'm anti-illegal immigration, and resources should be going to the citizens of a country. And that's just period. It's not right that we have homeless Americans on the streets while we have people that came in here and being put up in hotels. That's not right. We have veterans that fought for this country honorably, and they're even on the streets. But we have people that just crossed over yesterday. That's not being anti-anything. You're being pro-American. Once again, I've traveled to many countries in the world, and guess what? They're pro their citizens. They're not pro-foreigners. It's just the bottom line. And I don't expect them to be, because I am not from that place. But critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen, critical thinking is a problem. See, you have to understand, there's some people, if you go back to the time of slavery, there were people that was comfortable on the plantation field. Not everybody wanted to escape. Not everybody wanted to rise up and get massa. Not everybody wanted to do that. And what you see today is the same thing. You got a small group of Black Americans that want to do things for themselves, be self-sufficient, be free. They want to do that. Then you have some that's comfortable. They're comfortable just doing what they're told. They don't want to have businesses. They don't want to grow. They don't want to do anything. They want to stay in the default position that we talked about earlier. They want to stay in that default setting. And anybody who's speaking about true freedom, because they claim freedom over there, there's not freedom. True freedom is doing for self, not begging, but doing for self. True freedom say, give me the resources I need so I can provide for my family, so I can create a business, so I can create an educational institutions for our children, so we can create grocery stores for our children, medical institutions for our children. We want to do for ourselves. We don't want to beg somebody. We want to do for ourselves. And people like that is always going to be the enemy of any Black American that wants to do for self. Think about it. Once again, you're trying to present yourself as the better option, but all you do is attack. You never present to us, or even me myself as a Black American man, why are you better? What is your position? And it can't be, well, we're better than Trump. That don't mean nothing to me. Right. Show me in a policy, how are you better? And when these people constantly try to attack, just ask them, what policies do you have is better, and why should we vote for you? It's just that simple. It's not about Trump. It's not about nobody. What do you have, sir or ma'am? What do you have? What? You're trying to convince me to vote for you. I'm a registered voter. So convince me to vote for you. Sell yourself. And if you insult me, you're not selling it.
Right.
I want y'all to know something, Democrat Shills. The more you insult a person, the more sometimes you're pushing them to do a protest vote or keeping them on the couch. Because they got people, and understand, they got people say, I'm not voting for Harris, I'm not voting for Trump, I'm not voting for nobody. And they're registered voters. And they'll choose the couch. You have some people that will be angry at your tactics and go vote for Trump to spite you. I said many times before, the Democrat Shills, you're actually hurting Vice President Harris' campaign by doing what you're doing. The lying, the backbiting, the name calling, the slander, the defamation. You're doing all this. You lie on people, defame people, slander people, and you don't even show the proof of anything.
Right.
That's the thing. And I know the DNC didn't tell you to do any of that. I know better than that. You're doing that you crashing out on your own. But critical thinking, ladies and gentlemen, critical thinking is something they can't deal with Black Americans. And Black America are going to another level by critically thinking. Because the last thing they want is Black Americans start asking questions. Because you know how it is. When we ask questions and we make anything a trend.
Black channel. They're cutting the check. Making sure that everyone is fully funded across the board.
Yeah. So I agree with Uncle Phil wholeheartedly. They don't want critical thinking within the two major parties, especially the Democrats. They definitely don't want you to have no critical thinking skills, and they want you to ask no questions. Mm-hmm. So it's like a cult to me. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts, Lady Jane?
That's the same. I think it's gross, actually, that they're doing all that. And I think that if we haven't learned anything from it, it's like, check this out, like, we shouldn't be taking political advice from motherfucking celebrities anymore, especially when they try to appeal to us through certain types of our isms, things like that we know damn well are just entertainment, and they try to appeal to us. I don't like it. I think it's ugly that we got difficult men, like in the previous ones, arguing over her.
Yeah.
When in reality, we didn't give a fuck about her.
Right.
So I find it just gross.
Okay. All right, thank you, Lady J.
Mm-hmm.
Moving right along, we got Marlon Wayans checks DJ Vlad.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just sitting like, here we go. So
loaded for this.
One of the hardest parts for me when it comes to decisions, when it comes to my commentaries, is deciding whether to do it as a pre-record or a live stream. Now, I could have easily done this as a live stream, and God knows I wanted to do it considering the amount of editing it's going to be with this pre-record. But I said, you know what? I already have enough lives on my plate, so let me just go ahead and do this as the pre-record and see what exactly comes of this. So, in case you've been living under a rock, Marlon Wayans and Vlad, the culture vulture himself, ended up getting into it on social media recently in the last few days. Mind you, I'm recording this video on August 21st, 2024. So it was probably about less than a week ago when all of this went down. But I want to start at the beginning of how all of this happened. So apparently, Aries Spears sat down, or as I like to call him, one of Vlad's regulars, sat down with Vlad to do an interview on Vlad's decaying platform, and you'll see why I call it decaying as we go through this video. So he sat down with him. They're just having like a regular conversation, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Vlad just happens to bring up Marlon Wayans' name out of the blue, and it's like, okay, well, by him doing that, we already know that this isn't going to go well, but okay, fine. So Vlad brings up Marlon Wayans' name, and he brings up the fact that Marlon Wayans wants to Vlad wanted to do an interview with Marlon Wayans. Marlon Wayans gave Vlad a price of $40,000 to do an interview with him. Plus, I believe about 33% of the profits that he makes thereafter, basically any money that he makes off of the video, which we all know Vlad will monetize, Marlon Wayans would get 33% of those profits. And it's like, okay, fine, whatever. Well, Vlad took it some type of way. He bought it up and he basically aired out Marlon Wayans, basically claiming that this man is not worth paying me paying him $40,000 plus 33% in profits to sit down with him because he's basically a washed up has-been, and we're just sitting like, uh-oh, here we go. So after that occurred, Marlon Wayans got wind of it, and then that's when all hell went loose. So we start with this post right here from this person whose name is really OD1, who said, at Marlon Wayans, you a good one, because at DJ Vlad would have to pay me $500,000 for an interview with 55% of all revenue made from the video on all platforms, to which Marlon ended up replying with 3 crying, laughing emojis saying, see, I tried to tell him I was giving him a deal. Oh, well. And really what I think of it is I think that Vlad also mentioned how, you know, Marlon sits down with other people to do interviews and he's not charging them nearly as much as he would charge him. Well, the reason is because it's Vlad, because of who you are. It's not like it's a secret or some unknown thing that you are indeed a culture vulture. So that's probably why Marlon charged you that much. And really, to be honest, based on what I've been hearing from other people, they said they believe Marlon charged him that much because he knew Vlad wouldn't accept it. That was his way of saying, I don't want to interview with you, without actually saying, nah, I'm good. So he just threw out a very astronomical price just to not sit down and interview with you, which was actually smart on Marlon Wayans' part, because it actually made Vlad expose himself even more. Let's continue. So here we have this post right here that came from Vlad, and he said Marlon Wayans found someone with 200 followers to agree with him. LOL. Nobody on earth is going to pay Marlon $40,000 for an interview when he gets 100K to 300K views on any platform he interviews on. The guy is really delusional. And then he pulled up images of him on Jimmy Kimmel. Then he was on the Breakfast Club, and he's on this other person. I'm not entirely sure who that is. And those views were, you know, like Vlad specified, 100K to 300K views. Now, there was another screenshot that I couldn't find, but apparently DJ Vlad was also on the Breakfast Club, and on that interview, it had like 760,000+ views. And Vlad made it seem like he was doing something. The reason why that video or that a post from the Breakfast Club got that many views is because of the title. It had Tupac's name in the title, where it was saying something about DJ Vlad solving Pac's murder, some clickbaitish real title. I wonder what the likes and dislikes even look like on that particular video, considering that just sounds extremely embellished, almost as embellished as roly-poly Wet Yam Martin claiming he pulled up on Dr. Khalid Muhammad, but he couldn't even handle a pull-up by Jamal Green. That makes sense. Let's continue. So here we have Marlon with the response. Now, let me be honest with you. I kind of like grabbed these screenshots, so hopefully they're not completely out of order, but I think I might be in some kind of sequential order. So Marlon came back and said, you mad? You unprofessional, my guy. If you don't like the number, keep it moving. You look bad. You should fall back, mad at a black man stating his number, and now you go public and use your platform to try to drag me. I never in my life dealt with this silly negotiating tactic. And it was very unprofessional of Vlad. And you'll see what I mean when I bring up the next post, because then he went even further to try to go after Marlon for something to further try to degrade him. And this is a pattern that Vlad tends to have, but I'll specify what that pattern is as we continue forward. So this is the post right here that I believe Marlon was talking about. I just have them kind of slightly out of order. So Vlad said, Marlon Wayans, I'm sorry that you don't find me attractive. That's just weird. That's what you're leading with. Yeah. But anyway, he says, fortunately for both of us, I'm heterosexual. Between your recent gay photo shoot and your claim to fame dressing up as a woman, this would be the perfect time to fully come out of the closet. Coming out as gay in 2024 will surely revive your declining acting career. And since I turned down your 40K offer for an interview, I'm pretty sure you can get that amount for your first gay porn scene. Marlon Wayans would be an awesome porn name, by the way. Now, he's going based off of this photo shoot that Marlon Wayans did during Pride Month. And the reason why Marlon Wayans did that is because, if y'all don't know, Marlon Wayans has a trans child. he has a daughter, biologically born, double X chromosome daughter, that transitioned, quote unquote, into a Hall T man. And that's why he ended up doing that photo shoot. He wasn't doing it on his own behalf because he's in the academy. No, he did it because of his daughter and he's of his child. I'll leave it like that. He did it on that benefit and didn't specify that's why he did it. So here's Vlad literally stirring the flames and making something out of nothing to try to make himself appear more, I guess you could say, boastful than he actually is. And I forgot to say it earlier. Keep the view thing that I talked about in mind when I talk about views on videos and whatnot, because I got some screenshots to show y'all when it comes to Vlad's so-called views. But let's continue. Now, let me just preface this by saying some of these posts might be out of order because this is just a full-on roast of Vlad, because there's no more screenshots from Vlad because he pretty much stopped after this, and then everything else is just Marlon just flaming this dude. So we have this post right here where he says, hey DJ Vlad, how did you go from this to this? Turkey. Now the reason he wrote Turkey is because apparently Vlad went to Turkey to get some kind of hair transplant or hair restoration. Basically, I guess his hair was thinning and he was trying to rebuild or rejuvenate his hairline. So apparently he went and he got something done, or not his hairline but his facial hair. That's facial hair. Listen, the hair that's sitting on his head and on his face. He apparently went and got something done in order to go and get that fixed. And that's why he put Turkey, because apparently that's the location where he went to go get the operation done. So then Marlon follows up with this. And again, this is coming off of that post about his hair transplant. He said, this is DJ Vlad after his next hair transplant. And it's just a bunch of hair on someone's face with glasses on it. And it's colored red, which is ironically the same color that apparently Vlad got as a dye job. I don't know if that's his natural hair color or not, but we know there he puts some red and stuff into his beard or something. And I've seen a recent picture of Vlad. I don't know if it's recent or not, and it does kind of look like this too, especially with you throwing the glasses as well, because I think Vlad wears glasses. Like I said, everything now is just becoming a full-on roast of this dude, and rightfully so. Then Marlon makes this post. He says, hey, DJ Vlad, you are way too hated by the urban community to F with me. I love you ain't. Watch the video. Where's your face? And I think he was supposed to say mad, but he misspelled it. But we understand, like, he was most likely fast tweeting. He says, mad you couldn't exploit me? How much the government paying you, Brody? Hope it's at least 40K. Now, it's funny he mentioned something about the government because there's always been this speculation that Vlad is an agent or in a plant or some kind of government op, especially when it comes to Black people. Like, think about the questions he asks, the people that he has on. He always has these rappers on. It was at a time when they would be asking certain questions, and all of a sudden the people he would interviewing, they would end up getting hemmed up. They would be getting hit with charges, or even some of the people that were being mentioned in the interviews would get hemmed up or hit with charges. And for some odd reason, it was always when they went on to Vlad's platform in which this happened. So when people say they are not unaware with what Vlad is all about, trust me when I tell you, they know. Then Marlon says, this is why we don't F with you, DJ Vlad. You a lame. I ain't the first, but this might be your last. We pulling that beard back today, fella, exposed. And he posted up a video from a YouTube channel, and the title of the video says, why doesn't hip hop respect DJ Vlad? Now, there's an interesting story, and I actually just learned more about it. I had heard bits and pieces of how Vlad actually really got started. Apparently, back in the day, he did an interview with Rick Ross, and it was some questions that Rick Ross didn't want to be asked. Vlad decided he was going to ask him anyway. Rick Ross and his crew apparently put pause on Vlad. Vlad got a huge settlement payout, and then he used the bulk of that money to get his platform started. So literally, this dude got his start on his platform kicked off because he was poking the bear, and the bear bit back. And he got paid off of that, off of provoking someone. And that's how he ended up getting his come up. I think there's some other little things that happened with him there as far as like investments and sponsorships and all kinds of stuff like that. But apparently that was the main reason how Vlad really got started in the capacity that he is, and unfortunately why he's still here today. I knew there was another post that I missed because I'm sitting here saying to myself, it was one that I missed, especially the part where Vlad tried to call Marlon Wayans gay and all of that type of stuff. It was this post right here that he clapped back with. So again, like I said, it's slightly out of order, but Marlon said, "Is any of that funny though? So now you exploit blacks and punch down on gays. Tisk, tisk. You want to be hated by everyone, I see. Vlad, nobody wants you. Your own dick won't let you touch it. It me too you." Like, and that one right there, like, that's how you know you're dealing with a comedic genius. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, even the best roaster who is not a comedian probably wouldn't have even thought to say something like that. And that's what he came back with. And I think this was the post right here that got Vlad to stop. Because like I said, there was only one other post left that Vlad had, and it was the one trying to call Marlon Wayans gay. And when he came back with this one, I don't think Vlad replied anymore. Like, it was like he waved the white flag and that was it. But like I said, you saw the other post. Marlon clearly wasn't done, but this was the post right here that made him stop talking. Then Marlon came and said, "This song was made for you, DJ Vlad." Boom. Game over. And we all chant, "They not like us. They not like us." And he puts asterisk, "Crit Walk ensues." And he posted up the Kendrick Lamar "Not Like Us" song and video, which in my opinion is probably like the song of the year. Like, who would have thought a diss track would have really took over the way that it did? Right. So he posted that in relation to Vlad, and his craziest part about it is that does relate to Vlad, if no one else, but definitely to him for sure. He definitely isn't like us. But then there was one more post that Marlon did make after this, and it was this one right here. He says, "Now I'm done. Most of my followers are saying, who the fuck is DJ Vlad?" And there it is. That's the last post Marlon made, and then the whole thing was done after that. Like I said, Vlad already waved the white flag many tweets ago, many posts ago, but Marlon was not done, and he was letting him know what it is. So that was the last post that Marlon made. Now, remember what I said about keeping a pin in these so-called massive views that Vlad gets? Let me show y'all this right here. What you're seeing on your screen is screenshots that I got off of my phone. I went because I was just curious, and I was going to use it anyway, so I said, why not? I was just curious, so I went over to Vlad's channel, just typed his name in for research purposes, of course, because I definitely wouldn't watch anything he has to put out there, no matter who's on the platform. And I'm looking at these videos that he's done. And mind you, he was mass uploading like crazy, like whether it was a full-on interview or maybe clips. And all of these videos, whether they were short videos, like maybe 10 minutes or less or something like that, if you look closely at the views, none of them match anything relative to what I would say is conducive to his subscriber count. Now, for those of you who don't know, and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, Vlad has a subscriber count of about 5.8 million subscribers, somewhere in that range. Why does the view counts for even his recent videos look like that? I'll tell you why. Because many people have pulled back from him. Many people do not mess with Vlad like that, like they used to, especially when he got exposed for being the way that he is. I really think when he said what he said about the minister, that's what really made people scale back from him. And I wish they would have scaled back before that, but if that's what it took, then it is what it is. So when he talks about these views and all the stuff he gets, he doesn't get views like that. And notice when he got those when he got that 764,000 plus views for that interview he did with the Breakfast Club. Well, one, he did it on the Breakfast Club. It wasn't even on his platform. And two, it's because it had Pac in the title. So people were curious. So he had to go on another platform to get mountains of views that he cannot get on his own platform. But like I said, his view counts for his videos don't even add up to what a person who has 5.8 million plus subscribers has. There are people who have way less subscribers than him who do way better numbers and don't even upload at the same frequency as him. So that's saying a lot. And a lot of them don't even interview these big time or rappers or actors or entertainers. They're just getting on there shooting their shit, just talking whatever. And he can't even do that, at least not like he used to, because again, people have already exposed Vlad for who he is, and that's another thing that pisses him off. And speaking of something else that pisses him off, this interview right here, the interview heard around the world several million times and then some. The interview that pretty much kicked 2024 off in a very interesting way, and that was the interview with Shannon Sharpe and Cat Williams on Club Shay Shay. At the beginning of the year, this interview went so viral. Like, if viral wasn't a word, it would have been invented because of this interview. You're talking about almost 3 hours of content in one sitting that got millions of views in the first week. By the end of the month, it was like at 50 million views. I think currently right now it's sitting at like 77 million views. It has to be one of the most watched videos of the year. And who would have thought that would have happened? I mean, thinking about how Shannon Sharpe kind of came late into the podcasting game, and he's coming from the sports world and he's doing this. And then on top of that, to make this even more interesting, he took clips and clipped the video into separate clips and it got more views. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because Vlad, in my honest opinion, was very upset that he could not match that. He even came out and spoke about Shannon Sharpe. I think I even talked about it on my channel when he was basically trying to say or downplay how much money Shannon Sharpe. First off, why are you watching this man's pockets? Right. Let's be real here. Why are you watching this man's pockets? But we already know pocket watching is what a culture vulture is going to do. And he's mad because he's not getting those views, at least not like that. Even when he was getting a certain amount of views, he still never matched that. Even when he was still having a good engagement on his channel, he was not matching that. And that was from one video. That was from one freaking video. And he's upset because he never could match that. So he started speaking ill about Shannon Sharpe, trying to say, oh, he only made like $1 million. I'm going to tell you right now, this man, Shannon Sharpe, made way more than $1 million on that one interview. I can almost guarantee that. And I can say that with my whole chest. But since Vlad does want a pocket watch, Vlad, let's ask how much money you've made this month. And I'm not talking about through sponsors or any type of endorsements. I'm talking about through Google AdSense. How much did you make this month? Let's just be completely honest with ourselves here. I bet Shannon Sharpe probably made more in this year alone on that one video than Vlad has made in the last year.
I believe it.
And that's what pisses him off. But, Shannon Sharpe, again, was not the only person that Vlad decided he was going to go after this year. Don't forget, he also decided to come out of the side of his neck and go after Taraji P. Henson. Because if you remember, Taraji P. Henson was talking about the pay discrepancy that Black women were dealing with in Hollywood right around the time when she was promoting The Color Purple. And he decided to, stick his nose in there again, something that has nothing to do with him and dealing with a Black person's finances. And he decided he was going to stick his neck in there and basically telling her to suck it up and just deal with it and move on. It's not this, it's not that. I'm like, how do you know what it is or what it isn't? You don't live in this woman's world.
Right.
You don't walk in her shoes every day. She told y'all what it was, and he's going to come out there and say what he says and it had nothing to do with him. I spoke about this as well. But I think it was this one right here, this situation involving this woman right here, that really made people give Vlad the cold shoulder. Now, in case y'all don't know who this is Morgan Jenkins. She is a professor at Morgan State University, ironically. And she basically came out and said something towards Vlad around a time when Not Like Us came out and was really popping, like really viral at the time. And Vlad said something, I can't remember exactly what he said, and then Morgan decided to come back and say what she had to say, and mostly in the same tune with what Marlon said when he mentioned Not Like Us. And man, did Vlad get in his feelings again. all the way to the point where he decided he was going to try to reach out to Morgan State, not even just reach out, but tag Morgan State University in his post, demanding that they fire her because his feelings was hurt. And he tried to say she was being racist and all types of stuff like that. That fell on deaf ears because, again, the community came out and dragged him some more, all the way to the point where Vlad ended up issuing a so-called apology, which I hope she did not accept, because that so-called apology don't mean a damn thing, especially coming from him, even if it was genuine.
Right.
So this is the kind of person that we're dealing with here. So when Marlon decided to go after Vlad in the tone that he did, just think about all the stuff that Vlad has done in the past, just in this year alone. It doesn't even have to be over the span of his so-called career. But I think the thing that probably made the people mad the most was the fact that you had Vlad trying to downplay Marlon Wayans' success as if him doing the movie White Chicks was his claim to fame. And it's like, those of us in the know knows that Marlon Wayans has been doing this since the early 90s. Now, I have a picture up here of their family where you have their mother, their father, and all the siblings right there. And that's like the core right there. It's more of them because, like I said, the Wayans family is huge. Like they like all those kids that their parents had, then the grandkids, and I'm sure there's some great grands in there as well. And they literally birthed, these two people right here literally birthed a comedy family dynasty, much like Joe and Catherine birthed that Jackson's dynasty.
Yeah.
So when he said stuff like that and he tried to belittle Marlon Wayans as if all he was known for was White Chicks and stuff like that, that literally comes from a place definitely of how white people so-called discovered Marlon Wayans. Again, we've known Marlon Wayans and his entire family for the most part since the early 90s. If you're just now discovering him from White Chicks, then you need to go back and look at this man's catalog. If you just want to focus solely on him, between the movies he's done, the television shows he's done, the stand-up that he's done, and not only that, he's a very versatile actor. He can do comedy, which we all know him for, but he can also do drama. If you have not watched him on Bel Air, I highly suggest that you do, because he's playing Will's father, Lou. And if you remember the OG Fresh Prince, where Ben Vereen played Lou, you already know we don't like Lou. But I think they're trying to do a redemption arc type of thing with his character this season. We'll see how it goes. But the fact that he tried to belittle him into just this little pocket known as White Chicks, which, by the way, is a Wayans family production. It's ironic that Vlad left that part out. But not only is this family great on screen, but they're great behind the scenes. I mean, think about Keenan Ivory Wayans. He literally put that whole family on his back within Living Color. He put a lot of them on, and not just on his family, but other people as well. If it wasn't for Keenan Ivory Wayans, we wouldn't have Jim Carrey or Jamie Foxx or Tommy Davidson or anything like that. Not saying we wouldn't have those people, but he gave them a launch pad to really kick off their careers. Because what did Jamie Foxx end up doing? He ended up getting his own show. He did movies. He won an Oscar, and so on and so forth. So when he says that, that's what really, I think, at the core of it is what pissed a lot of people off, was for him to try to I can't think of the word right now, but try to reduce his status down to one movie. No, we knew Marlon before White Chicks, and we know of him after White Chicks. As a matter of fact, I think Marlon Wayans is supposed to be in that new Jordan Peele movie. So far, I think he's the only one I know who's casted, and he's in the lead, which is dope for him because rarely does he play lead roles. He's usually always in the supporting role. So, and then we know how Jordan Peele movies are, so we know this is going to be far from a comedy. So when Vlad sits up there and he says stuff like that, that's what made a lot of people come at him the way that he did, including Marlon himself, because he's going to defend himself. Now, I do have some issues with Marlon Wayans. I do. I've spoken some things, talked about some things involving him that I wasn't too fond of or too much of a fan of. But I'll put it like this. I think everybody as a collective has more of an issue with Vlad than Marlon Wayans, than anything. And I don't want to speak for the collective, but I'm going to do it right now. I think as a collective, we have way more issue with Vlad. Right. And I don't know what it's going to take for Vlad to finally just like dissipate or just go away, but it needs to happen soon and it needs to happen fast rather than later.
But what?
So I thought I was done with the commentary, but I had to add this part in there, especially since it'll be a couple of more days before y'all actually see what I have to say about it. This post went up on August 21st, and apparently DJ Vlad, or just Vlad, has been going around asking or telling people about his encounter with Marlon Wayans online and just trying to get people's opinion and take on. I believe he was sitting down with DL Hughley, another one of his regulars, as I like to call it, on his platform. So Marlon said, "Yo, DJ Vlad, you asking everyone about my price. It's crazy. This is the most attention you've gotten in years. There's good press and there's bad press. You losing to a legend. I'm a people's champ. Take the L." I mean, literally, this guy, Vlad, like literally, he is in his feelings, but he's always in his feelings when he doesn't get his way, like I specified in the previous parts. He cannot, when he doesn't get his way, that's when he starts to go on the slander campaign. But Marlon wasn't done yet when it came to just this post, because he made another post, and I think this one right here is the part that's really going to upset him the most. So he made this post right here on the same day, right after the post the judges saw. He said, hey DJ Vlad, I'm going to do everyone else's platform except yours, starting with who hate first. I'm guessing he meant to say who you hate first, but I understand. At Club Shay Shay, interview coming soon, Wild Child tour coming to a city near you, and then he puts his website. And now he says everyone else but you. So that means that a lot of other people are going to have an opportunity to sit down and interview Marlon Wayans, and he probably won't charge them nearly a fraction of what he was going to talk to Vlad. So this right here pretty much cements it right here that what I said earlier, him giving him that $40,000 price range was really his way of saying, Vlad, I don't want to sit down with you. I don't want to have an interview with you. You can talk to everybody else. It is what it is, but you're not going to get anything out of me. But we can keep this thing going if you really want. Like he said, this is the most attention he's gotten in years. And honestly, it probably is. As a matter of fact, this thing that he's been doing on this little tirade that he's been going on this year, as y'all saw in the first part of the video, is probably the most attention he's got in year. But look at what he had to go and do in order to achieve that. He couldn't get it on his own merit. So what does he do? I'm just going to slander Black people. Well, that's not a shock or surprise to anybody, considering that's the kind of sleazeball thing I would expect him to do, because that's what a scumbag like him has always done. That's how he got on. That's how he was able to progress. That's how he was able to maintain. But every dog has their day, and eventually you will fall. And right now, Vlad may or may not know it, but that's exactly what's happening to him right now, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on Marlon Wayans checking DJ Vlad or Asian Vlad?
Good for him. I think that the answer to the question, what is it going to take for him to dissipate or disappear, is for our people to stop taking motherfucking interviews. Stop taking his money.
Right.
Stop answering these questions like
right.
That right there will be what does it. Because he is like Big Ant for urban politicians say, he a nigga needer. And he needs us to basically provide his platform. So with that being said, don't give him that option. Don't take his money, which means we gonna have to step up our interviewing game and step up our bread in order to help get our people across whatever finish lines they need to promote their stuff. That's what it's gonna take. I mean, we could dox and we could talk all the shit we want to, but apparently, you got that white money, and that white money is what keeping people fed. And in order to tell everybody to stop, we need to provide options that are equally as lucrative as what he's giving, less oppish. Like, I mean, we can look more into investing in motherfuckers like say that or say cheese urban politicians, the other one where they did the other group that he has with him. They do interviews once in a while. Uh, Hip hop media, or you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All those. Maybe we could just start to look into investing more with them, so they can have the capital to help, push our people over the lines. Maybe we could start doing more interviews. Maybe we can, whatever we can do to help them in order to weed out the culture vulture. Um, because it's like him, people like him that say they can do whatever they want with our work. You know what I mean? They treat our work like whatever. It's allowing them to come in and have a presence with us. And if we're gonna move them out the way so we can start building our own shit, our own networks, our own capital, our own whatever, we gotta get them out the way, or at least get them over to their side. Like, why can't he go interview white people on his side of things? Like, why is he over here? Is there a reason why white people won't sit down with him? Question mark. So,
because they know who's the police.
I don't know. I can't even speak to that. I feel like that was a hot boy statement right there. That is a hot boy statement for real.
I feel like it's like that all you want, but every time somebody go on a damn show.
Not a white person. Why don't white people want to sit with him?
I don't know if he has any white people on the show.
Exactly.
I don't follow him like that.
I don't think he's tried. So why can't we get him back over to his people? That's what I'm saying.
Because
but our
people already know who he is.
We don't give a fuck. Take him back. He's not, take him back. Take him back, white folk. We don't want him. You know what I mean? You don't want him. So until we can, think of other ideas that are more suitable for our people to get, the exposures and to get their music heard, their videos played, their movies out, their documentaries built. Until we can figure that out, we stuck with him until we can get him out. And that's being able to finance these motherfucking interviews. And maybe some of you might need to calm down a little bit, on these prices, so that we can, elevate you a little bit more. Maybe we just need to stop being greedy and really humble ourselves a little bit so we can build back up. I don't know, there's a couple of different things we could do. I think personally. I'm done.
Yeah, I don't know where she went with that one, but
Easy.
yeah, I'm glad Marlon checked DJ Vlad. I've been sounding an alarm on him for damn near a decade now, and he's no good. The goddamn op, it's goddamn police, it's the feds, all the above. People go on that show, black people go on that show, and they end up with Fed charges. They end up dead. All kinds of stuff ends up happening to them. So yeah, I've never been a fan of Vlad. We've been asked numerous times to stop watching him, or people still keep watching him. Then unfortunately, some of the people that told us to stop watching him went on are still going on his show. So it's a very it's like a dichotomy when it comes to him. But I am not a fan of him. Like I said, my nemesis went on his show last year. Bull crap.
That's so whack.
Basically, everybody I know that has gone on that show has ended up something bad has ended up happening to him. I just put it like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Vlad is no friend of black people at all. Like I said, I think he's really the police. I equate him to TMZ, like straight up Fed office behavior. So I don't mess with Vlad. I've never been a fan of him. So shout out to Marlon. I'm not really a fan of Marlon Wayans either, but I'll take him over DJ Vlad any day. So moving along, because I know we're definitely pressed for time now. It's already after 1 in the Mile High. We got Uncle Luke versus Tariq Nasheed. Me So Hungry.
Mm-hmm.
So Uncle Luke has been kicking it super hard for the Democrats and Kamala in particular. We played a week ago, him interviewing Kamala Harris on his podcast or whatever. Very awkward interview. And now he's trying to take shots at Tariq Nasheed, so Tariq clapped back, and it's hilarious. So
it was funny.
Here talking about his accomplishments, and there's somebody sound like they, so what, did Strappy go in there trying to get some clout and then they drug her too? Hilarious. Let me turn the volume down. So yeah, we're gonna do it like that. We're gonna have everybody turned up in here. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me do a Twitter space. You have to leave that Twitter. Yeah, he's having a meltdown. Hold on one second. One second. One second. Y'all bear with me. Let me do a live stream. You say Luke disrespected Reza. Shout out to my brother Reza Islam. Shout out to Reza Islam.
I don't know why anybody wants. Okay,
hold
man,
on.
like he really teaches us a lot.
Hold on.
Like Reza Islam really teaches us a lot.
Hold on one second.
I was just watching his podcast, watching an interview he did on and
hold on one second.
Really it is. Yeah. And that shit went hard for 18 minutes. About the most effective education. You know, I don't know why everything is fucking with him.
1 second. Hold on.
Becomes like extremely hard. Quiet.
Y'all bear with me. All right. Let me do a live space here. Let's get it cracking. All right. Let's get it popping here. All right. There we go. So we're live on YouTube and we're live on the Twitter space. Doing our thing. So we're in the building. Let me put my phone over here. All right, everybody pile on in the Twitter space. By the way, all the Twitter space people pile on in. All right, we in here. What's going on, family?
About the minister.
So yeah, for those who are watching on Twitter, you can also watch on YouTube. You can also watch this joint on YouTube because we're on YouTube live right now, and we're doing our thing. First of all, let me say this. We got an event at the Hidden History Museum Saturday, September 14th. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com to get your tickets for that event, ladies and gentlemen. Go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com to get those tickets for that. All right. Can y'all hear me good over here? Hold on, let me hear my audio. Let me make sure my audio is good. 14th? Okay, yeah, the audio is good. I'm good. The audio is good. So listen. So let's see what's going on here. This is what's going on. Family, and my people on Twitter, I'm going to show visuals. You're going to get the whole visual thing. And I got a music video that I'm going to show tonight from the album from our production group, Flextro. You guys are going to see the world premiere of a video for an album we got coming out September 13th. That's my production crew called Flextro. The name of the album is called Grinding for a Green Card. Got a whole album for Tethers. But listen. Was Strappy in the room? Was Strappy in there trying to clout chase? Listen, let me tell you something. I told people some weeks ago, I said, listen, the Democrats are going to send a bunch of people to randomly attack me for just out the blue. I told y'all that's going to happen. I told you guys that was going to happen. I said, listen, family, y'all look out for some of these random people connected to the Democratic Party, some of the Democrat shills who are paid shills. They're going to start attacking me from now until November, just out the blue. You're going to see them come out the woodworks. You know? So what, did Strappy go in there trying to get some clout and then they drug her too? Hilarious. That's funny. Strappy's always trying to get in where she fit in ever since I put her little old haggard ass on the shelf. But listen, let me tell you something. they've been sending all of the Democratic shills to kind of come after me because they know the influence that I have. They know that I'm one of the few people that the streets listen to, the corporate sector listens to, the intellectual crowd listens to. I have the ear of the people because I'm a person of the people. And I'm a foundational Black American, and all 50 million of us are on the same page, and I represent for our lineage correctly. All right? So listen. They've been trying to take shots. They've been sending all of their minions. Every time you say something critical of Kamala Harris, there are minions after you. A lot of these Negroes that's connected to the Democrats, they sent Isaac Hayes Jr. with his little old pudgy clout chasing
40 years
nepotism ass. Isaac Hayes Jr. Every time I tweet something, it goes viral, and he hops in my mentions. You trying to disrupt stuff? Get out of my mentions. Isaac Hayes Jr. Now Isaac Hayes Jr. They're trying to sue Trump for using a song that Isaac Hayes wrote. This is the little clout chasingest buffoon ever. This dude only gets clout off of his damn dad. Isaac Hayes Jr. You even try to sound like your dad. And you shave your head bald like your dad. You ain't your dad. Your dad had talent. You a big old pudgy hack.
I was a child then. But I was
and also whining to another man. That's real weird. Isaac Hayes Jr. Dudes who whine to other men, I'm real skeptical of dudes like that because I don't know no heterosexual dudes who do that, who whine to other dudes. And plus, I ain't never seen you with no woman. Are you rubbing that big bald head on somebody's
my
pussy?
was alive.
Isaac Hayes Jr. Trying to sound like your dad? I want to make love to you, woman. I want to make it down by the fire. Trying to make your voice deep like your dad. You ain't your daddy, nigga.
You're trying to get off topic.
You ain't your dad. You a Democratic shill with your buttersquash nose having ass. I bet you be in them rooms with Roland and Andrew Gillum. Tonight is a ride for love. Trying to sing like your dad. I want to touch you where the lights don't go. Tonight is the night to love. Love, pussy. You ain't your daddy, Isaac Hayes Jr.
Right.
Clout chasing off your pops. Your weird built ass. You built like a doo-doo mama. Being a Democratic shill. So Uncle Luke, Luther Campbell, this talentless hack.
Yeah.
Now, me and him, we had a little debate a couple of years ago, and we had decorum about it, you know, because he was on that Democratic shield stuff then. And also, Luther Campbell, he just did an interview with Kamala Harris, and it was some softball stuff. So he's in the pocket of these people. He's another one. They're in the pocket. They get these goofy music artists and put them in their pocket and have them doing the shilling for them. The thing is, Luke ain't got no clout on these streets. Luke ain't got no clout on these streets, y'all. That's why he's trying. Luke was trying to bait me into going to his old dry ass room. He has to use my name to get clout. Nobody's about to go into a mush mouth, tether troll babbling space where they're just lying. Yeah?
I need some cocoa for this.
Nobody's going into a troll room because I've already defeated you. If you're reduced to lying, I've already defeated you. So Luke just pops up out of nowhere, mentioning me in some live, and I'm going to play it here, talking about I got a white wife. He married to a white woman. You know how he can't talk with the damn, like a musty mush mouth lizard. How you gonna? When dudes start lying like that, yeah, somebody said he's in the room drunk, rambling. Listen. So let me play the clip of him mentioning me just out the blue. And again, this is something that most likely the DNC, you know, they didn't send the word down to these guys to mention me because they do market research and they see how thorough I am and they see the influence that I have and they see that they can kind of look at the algorithms and see the waves and see how certain messages are transmitted. And a lot of things when I tweet it or put it on social media, it goes viral.
You're on that side
because people just happen to like to listen to me because I keep it 100. I'm not a shill for any party.
I'm on that side of the ball.
I speak from the heart and I speak the truth. So this is Luke up here lying, being a lying tether. What else is new? What kind of stereotype is that? We almost got 1,000 people on the Twitter space. Shout out to Twitter space.
That's news to me, but
Y'all Twitter space people, y'all need to go to the Tariq Radio YouTube channel because we cooking in here. We got some visuals y'all need to look at. So this is him mentioning me. Hold on. This is Luke talking, lying about me. All right. And look, Luke needs to drink some water. He look like his kidneys are bad. Something's going on with Luke. Is Luke all right? God bless him.
That's a group of black men, and most of them hang out on Twitter. Tariq, Nasheed.
Oh my God, I do not like him. I swear, I feel like he's an agent.
Okay, that sounds like some kind of tether, Mammy. Mammy, you don't have nothing to agent to, all right? That's a projection that these tethers like to spew. Somebody's an agent. That's you projecting. You don't have anything to tether to. You ain't got nothing that needs infiltrating.
Yeah. At the end of the day, they get on there, they fool these people with these doctors and these books and all that, and they try and separate the black community. Mind you, here's the guy I'm talking about, descendants of slaves, married to a white lady. Which I'm like, are y'all following him? So I like that's a group.
Okay, so when cats blatantly lie, and this is why we delineate, family. This is why we're delineating, because we're starting to look at tethers like Luke, who these non-FBA people, and we're starting to really look at these cats and just look at how they get down and look at what they bring to the table. They bring lies, scams, and degeneracy. Okay, let's be real. Let's look back at hindsight, because Luke, somebody said he was bragging about all of his accomplishments and all the things that he's done in Miami and all of that. I know he wasn't doing that. I know Luke wasn't sitting around here talking about he can't be bragging about all the things he did for Miami when damn near all artists are ripping them off. I know he wasn't in there bragging about all he's doing for Miami, and his damn artists, damn all of them, was complaining about him ripping them off.
Same brand here.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Come on now, this is jealous tether babble. See, the thing is, and let's be real. Let's look back at hindsight, and Luke was a part on and the thing that was brought to the Supreme Court, which was a very important case. But let's look at all the other players that were in that mix. It was NWA and those people. All of that helped fuel that too. Ice-T, all of that helped fuel that censorship thing too. A lot of that was fueled by what was going on with NWA and Ice-T and all of that. And he just happened to go to court for it because of the indecency thing that was going on with those records. And that was a very important case. But the thing is, let's be real. Let's look at the reality. What Luke has brought to the game. In hindsight, Luke brought a bunch of degeneracy to the culture. All of the coochie popping and all of that stuff. Yeah, it was cute and it was fun when we were little looking at that stuff because it was provocative, but at the end of it didn't help us worth a damn. He brought some of that Caribbean degeneracy over here. Yeah. And how does that work for us now? I think Luke was recently bragging about how Sexy Red and Glorilla, all the people rapping about coochie and booty and all that, they got to thank him and give him a check. That ain't no flex, to be honest. That's not a flex, to be honest. Now, transparency, I used to love the 2 Live Crew. Still, I like listening to that stuff, but we came up in the golden era, and that was in the golden era of hip hop when there was a balance. Yeah, we did. Right? So yeah, you had the degenerate stuff, but it was balanced out by the Rakims, the LLs, the Heavy D, Brand Nubian. It was balanced out by so much stuff, so it didn't become the dominant part of the culture. Okay? It didn't become the dominant part of the culture. It became a temporary escapism type of thing. Then we went back to business. Okay, let's twerk. Let's look at a little booty here and there, and let's go back to handling business. But Luke brought normalizing degeneracy to the culture. And I always talk about how a lot of things in foundational Black American culture that's janky, a lot of the tethers bring that in. Luke did a lot of damage to the damn culture. Let's be real. And they try. Yeah. And that's another thing. Look. And Luke is mad because people have been calling him a tether, and he's trying to drag all of the Caribbean in the tether conversation. Why are you calling us all tethers? If you call me a tether and call Kamala Harris a tether, you call it, what about Malcolm X? You call him a tether too? What about Minister Farrakhan? You call it an action-based thing. Yeah, we got almost 7,000 people in this channel. Y'all better come on over here. All of my people in the Twitter space. We got over 1,000 in Twitter space. We got almost 7,000 on YouTube. Y'all want to see the music video we got a little bit later. Y'all want to see this video. Y'all gonna want to see this video. We did a music video, an AI video. It's very funny. But listen. But Luther brought degeneracy to the game. Mm-hmm. And he's been called out for being a tether. He's trying to align himself with Malcolm X and Farrakhan. Man, you ain't even nowhere near that conversation or on that level, nor is Kamala, your fellow Caribbean tether. We have every right to not want you damn degenerates representing us. You've been a horrible representative for us. Right. All right? You brought filth and degeneracy. Kamala Harris has brought nothing to our community. We are putting our foot down saying we don't want you foreigners or people from foreign backgrounds representing us, especially if you don't really have a track record of being down. See, Minister Farrakhan, we follow Minister Farrakhan because he has shown to be a proven writer. He got the game and studied under the tutelage of the phenomenal foundational Black American, Elijah Muhammad. And he was a phenomenal student of Elijah Muhammad. And Brother Minister Farrakhan has always given Elijah Muhammad the props and praise for giving him the game. That's why we love Minister Farrakhan. He's always been 10 toes down. He's always called people out. He's always stood on.
He's always been 10 toes down.
Yeah, there was a dark moment.
Business, he always called out white supremacy, and he has always looked out for the Black community. He didn't bring coochie popping to the table. Mm-hmm. You're not on that level.
Shit.
Yeah.
You're not on that level, Luke. You're not in that sphere. And yeah, I heard my brother Reza Islam tried to go into space. They said they kicked Reza Islam out the space. Mm-mm. And shout out to Reza, by the way. Speaking of my brother Reza has the intellectual power.
You just want me to hand you the pot?
Herbs that you guys need to check out. That intellectual power, ladies and gentlemen, is not no joke. Y'all need to get this. And y'all go to the website. This is the intellectualpower.net. Y'all go to the website, ladies and gentlemen. Intellectualpower.net. They got great deals on the website. And that's my brother Reza. Intellectualpower.net, ladies and gentlemen. Go check that out. Radiation free, all natural. My man really took his time to make this thing pop off, man. This thing gives you a super brain. I think Luke might need some of it so he can stop being a mush mouth babbling buffoon. Mm-hmm. This dude, Luke, you're not no intellectual. I don't know why these mush mouth tethers try to fancy themselves as some type of intellectual. You're not no intellectual, dude. You can barely form a coherent sentence. Right. And he's mad at foundational Black Americans for delineating because we ain't really trying to have him act as our representative. You're just not doing a good job at representing yourself, let alone us. Right. Yeah? But Luther, you've always been a talentless hack who had to rely on the talents of foundational Black Americans. Even the sound down there that you try to take credit for, that came out of the West Coast. The 2 Live Crew, they started on the West Coast. They started out here. Yeah. They had a record called Revelation, something like that. And that's where that sound came from. Then that sound got picked up down in Miami. Then Luke brought them down there and then just basically joined the group. Yeah? But Luke has been eating off the talents of foundational Black Americans. Now, Luke is listed as a rapper. Luke ain't no rapper. Luke has never rapped a verse in his life. That man can barely talk, let alone rap a damn verse.
Right.
Luke is not a rapper, nor is he a producer. That was Mr. Mix producing all the records. You had Foundational Black Americans doing all the hard work. And then you had Fresh Kid Ice, who was Trinidadian and Asian. But even Brother Marquis was writing a lot of his stuff. Yeah. And then Luke had JT Money. So Luke was getting the FBA family to do all the heavy lifting for him.
He scammed all his
art. And then when things fell apart, he fell off. He couldn't exploit no FBAs. Yeah? And boy, and Brother Marquis, RIP to Brother Marquis, the beans on Luke. Before Brother Marquis died, he spilled the beans on Luke. He was telling all of it. See, Luke is up here lying. That's what Luke, they were trying to bait me into going into his Twitter space. I'm not going into no troll space with a bunch of damn tethers who already lying. He's just babbling and saying random lies, talking about Tariq, he worked for Steve Bannon. He just saying stuff, just saying shit about some Steve Bannon and Trump. I ain't on nobody's payroll. I don't work for nobody, nothing. You're projecting. The DNC done threw a couple of dollars in your back pocket, which you clearly needed. You dig? Because you the biggest bag fumbler in hip-hop history. Right. Nobody's going to take advice from you, dude. You got your record label finessed out of you by a white dude. Mm-hmm. Luke. Yeah. Luke had $100 million record label. That record label was worth $100 million, and his goofy lizard mouth ass sat up here and got it finessed out of him. How you gonna get your record label finessed from you? White man, an LGBT white man came and just finessed the hell out of him while you mush mouth mumbling. And we're supposed to get advice from you? You got your label finessed from you? Yeah? But Luke, you're not our representative, and we're different, dude. We have a different lineage. And the whole thing trying to calling me, you're the leader of FBA, you're the leader of FBA. And I'm not nobody's leader. Whatever is in your drunk imaginary mind, that's your lizard mouth thoughts. There's no group, there's no leader. We are a lineage that you ain't a part of. Foundational Black Americans, that's a lineage that you are not a part of, brother. You're part of a fleeing mushmouth lineage. And the thing is, dude, of rip foundation art, if we're gonna be real, Brother Marquis talked about how you rip them off all the time. Mm-hmm. H-Town talked about how you ripped them off. Dino Shazam and GI, one of my favorite groups, loved H-Town. They were saying how you screwed them over. Yeah. Another artist, you got Lorenzo. I think he was saying the same thing. My homeboy, MC Shy D, that's my homie. That's why your record label got taken, because Shy D sued you because you were jerking him over. Shy D is my guy. Real good dude. Shout out to Shy D. Y'all have heard me brag about my brother MC Shy D before. Shy D is a solid guy. I remember I went down to Atlanta and I was doing some beat making. I was beat making out here, making a few dollars doing my beat making, and I went down to Atlanta, mid-90s. Harvey. And all my equipment was up here. Then I ran into some cats down there who needed some beats and things, and they had a bag for me down there, and I didn't have no equipment. And a partner of mine introduced me to Shy D, and we chopped it up, and I was going to rent Shy D's drum machine. It was either an SB12 or an NPC, and I had discs for those particular drum machines. And I was going to rent his drum machine from him. I was just waiting on him to tell me a price. I was willing to give him like a couple of grand just to rent it because I had some money waiting on me down there, and I just needed the equipment. And Shy D, never forget, that man gave me his drum machine for free. Shy D gave me his drum machine and said, hey man, just take it and bring it back whenever. Never forget that. Never forgot that. Never forgot that. Shy D, solid dude. And you talk to people in Atlanta, everybody loves that guy. Real good dude. So if Shadi makes an accusation, there's some merit to it. There's some merit to that. You understand? So Luke is mad because we're not listening to his mush mouth gibberish. Yeah? You shout out to Pim? Yeah, we don't need mush mouth tethers just exploiting things. We don't need that. We don't need mush mouth tethers coming in trying to exploit. Somebody said Luke's mouth looks like a nightmare. Yeah, I don't know why he's elder. Well, he's like in his mid-60s. I don't know why people don't ever get their teeth fixed. This nigga looked like he sucked his thumb till he was 58. He got one of them mouths. He got a thumb-sucking mouth. You know how your teeth are all protruded and janky with a gap in it like you've been sucking your damn thumb? Good Lord, why is your mouth that damn janky? But you pissed off a $100 million empire being dumb and goofy.
Right. You got money, man.
And a talentless hack. And now it looked like the Democrats might have slid you a couple of dollars, and now you're shilling for them. Now you're shilling for the damn Democrats. But Luke, yeah, man, you stay in your lane, man. Nobody wants to hear that drunk tether babble. You ain't on the level of Malcolm X. Malcolm X's father was a foundational Black American. Malcolm X is a foundational Black American. You ain't on the level of Farrakhan. You are on the level of Kamala Harris. Both of y'all ain't shit, and both of you are tethers who are not doing anything for our community. I don't want to hear about nothing you doing down in Miami because, dude, even your own kids are calling you out. Your own kids have called you deadbeat, dude. Come on, man. Come on. We got to dig up Luke's resume. Luke's own kids have called him out. And Uncle Luke accused of being a deadbeat dad by his own children, his daughter. Come on now. If your own kids are saying this, Luke used to beat my mom. A woman beater, abuse. Yep, that's him. He even like shot her in the eye, in the, I don't know. Damn, okay. I don't know what the daughter said he shot her, but still he used to beat her down so she couldn't even move and walk. At the age of 3, he kicked me and my mom out the house. Okay. All right. And we're supposed to be listening to this mush mouth tether?
Yeah, turn on.
I said that long ago.
Go check out that interview brother Marquise did. See, this is why we delineate. We don't want people with all of their degenerate nonsense. We don't want people in their degenerate nonsense representing who we are. Yeah? Brother Marquis just did, well, before he died, did a video. It was on Vlad, corroborating what the daughter said. No, I don't know what the sentence said. The daughter in that quote said he shot the mama or something, shot at her. I don't know what that means. I'm just reading what I saw. I don't know what it means. Brother Marquis said basically the same thing. Brother Marquis said he really didn't like Luke, and that's his group member, the guy who was in the group with him. You know? Brother Marquis said he wasn't really feeling you like that because, number one, when they made their record, the original 2 Live Crew, they did a record that was kind of conscious. And that's what Brother Marquis said they were trying to do. They were like trying to be on some like a conscious vibe. When they got with Luke, he said at first he wasn't feeling a lot of that degenerate stuff, but hell, we need the money. So he went ahead and did that. But he said he wasn't feeling Luke because when he first met Luke, Luke was beating up on his chick. That's what Brother Marquis said. That's what Brother Marquis said. So a lot of Luke's degenerate ass behavior that's been talked about for a long time, people have been pointing this stuff out. People look at that stuff. Yeah, come on, man. You ain't at liberty to point fingers at nobody because you ain't got no influence like that. Ain't nobody really listening to you, brother. And people were listening to you at the time because you had artists who could write stuff and produce stuff that was fly. So you use that to kind of signal boost your little mush mouth message, like folks were really checking for you like that, but nah. And your artists, basically, they were dying broke. Fresh Kid Ice, this dude was living in a damn van with no money when he died. These are your artists. I don't want to hear about all the things you're doing for Miami, and your artists and your own kids are calling you out.
Mm-hmm.
You there? Doing tether ass stuff. Yes, Brother Marquis was discovered by Rodney O. They were from here. They were out here. How many folks we got in this damn room? We're in here heavy. Everybody, if you're on Twitter Space, come on in this room because we're in here deep. We're in this room deep right now on Twitter. Y'all follow me on Twitter if you're not following me. If you on Twitter, damn, it's like 4,000 people on the Twitter Space. It's 4,000 people in Twitter Space and 7,000 in here. We're in here deep tonight. Talking about this musty lizard mouth tether who can't form a coherent sentence. His wife just left him a couple of years ago. Talking about wives, he said he was blindsided by the divorce. She just got tired of looking at that damn mush mouth and said, hey, what am I doing? She probably thought some more 2 Live Crew checks were going to come, and she realized, damn it, ain't no more money. What am I in this for? I'm not fucking this lizard mouth nigga for nothing. So she bounced. 2022. She divorced his lizard mouth ass. Yeah. That's why he in the house drunk, babbling. Mm-hmm. And let's be real, the 2 Live Crew, the stuff they were doing, basically, Luke, y'all were some glorified tricks.
Yeah.
Y'all were glorified. Y'all were trying to act like it was some player shit. But what y'all were doing is going around with the strippers. Y'all were basically going around like glorified tricks. That was glorified tricking, my dude. Mm. That's why they were mad at the West Coast dudes, because Brother Marquis said when they were on tour, I think they were on tour with NWA and some of those guys, and those dancers, some of their dancers, some of Luke's dancers was in the room with some of the NWA cats, with some of the foundational Black Americans. They were in the room with Cube and Dre and those dudes. That's what Brother Marquis said. That's where the anger, that's where the beef really came from. Some of Luke's dancers were in the room with the FBA brothers getting smashed out, so Luke got salty and left the strippers. You pulled off on his own. You got mad like an angry trick. You think that's where the cowards in Compton and they start beefing and all of that. That's where that came from. You little mush mouth trick. Yeah.
He didn't like that they brought him to the crib.
Man. And a lot of the stuff that some of the other stuff I'm not going to even mention. Some of that stuff I'm not going to even mention right now. Some of the other stuff that Brother Marquis was saying that Luke and them dudes was doing. I'm not going to even go there. I'm gonna try to take somewhat of a high road, but I'm gonna get a little bit petty in a minute when I show this video. I'm gonna get a little petty in a minute when I show this video. But the thing is, these Democratic shills, their job is to get us to not talk about Kamala Harris, not bring up that she ain't done a damn thing for the Black community. They're getting these bought and paid for shills to run interference and come in our rooms and try to shame us. And I guess they must have a bag down there in Florida because they got Plies too. They got him shilling. Let me play this clip of Plies. Let me play this clip of him. And this is just pathetic ass pandering. Hold on, where's that thing with Plies? Where is that? Where you at, Plies? Where you at, Plies? Okay, where's the damn thing with Plies?
I like them.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Y'all bear with me. I should have had this thing ready. But y'all bear with me. Okay, I thought I had it up, but let me find it again. Hold on. Because I want y'all to see this. And all my people on the Twitter space, you guys come on into the YouTube room. And then chop it up. Let me see. I think this is it right here. So this is it. Okay, so this is Plies doing his shilling for Kamala Harris, trying to question us for questioning her. And they've been pushing this Black woman thing. That's not a foundational Black American woman, no matter how y'all try to cut it. Hold on 1 second.
It's real quick. But to everybody who, especially the ones who look like me, the men who look like me, who quit the, if Kamala want my vote, she need to explain herself to me what she gonna do for the Black people. Listen, stop asking a motherfucking Black woman to explain themselves to you or explain themselves to y'all. If y'all ain't willing to ask a motherfucking white man.
Okay, I don't want all that cursing on my channel. So, but black woman, this is something that's coming from the DNC. Every time they mention her, mention, oh, how dare you question the black woman? That is not a foundational black American woman. That is an East Indian.
And not only that, but
we can question her as much as we want. That is an East Indian. That is not a foundational black American woman. What kind of black you are outside of that, argue with yourselves. You ain't a foundational black American. We don't owe you black camaraderie, especially when you grew up as a Hindu. That is a Hindu bedroom.
Right.
All right. So we can question her action and lack thereof. And we're going to do that. And they got this whole thing. Anytime we question it, they're going to try to use these shaming tactics. Jermaine Dupri, he put up a video. He was talking about the DNC, and then they tried to shame him. Let me play this video of Jermaine Dupri. Then they started attacking him. The DNC sent their flunkies after him. Hold on.
Yo. Out here getting these 5 miles in. As you see me do every day. Real quick, I want to talk about the DNC. I feel like the DNC has been going amazing. But I also feel like tonight, Kamala Harris has a pretty difficult job, right? And it's interesting because the Republican correspondent that's been doing the roundup after the DNC has ended, he asked the question that I kind of asked Kamala when we had our second meeting, you know, if, you know, she's in office right now. She's in the White House right now.
Right.
And what makes y'all believe that she's going to get this stuff done if she becomes president and she's already in the House? And it's a tricky question because I asked Kamala basically the same thing, right? In so many words. And I asked her, like, as the vice president, why they don't let her talk when, you know, Biden seems like he needs or he needed someone to speak up for him. I thought that's what the role of the vice president was to help the president. And basically, she kind of let me know that her hands was tied, that they didn't really allow her to be a voice like that in that space.
Okay. So basically, they're trying to attack Jermaine Dupri for mentioning this and bringing this up. And it's a lot of that car noise there. And that's an issue because every time people holler at Kamala about doing something, it's all, or even the Democrats, especially when it comes to doing something for us, we always get the their hands are tied nonsense. Mm-hmm. They can't do a damn thing for us. Their hands are tied. We were getting that with Obama. Yeah. We ain't going for that. We ain't falling for the damn my hands are tied banana in the tailpipe. Well, my damn boat is tied then.
Right.
My boat is tied up just like your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Black family, especially foundational Black Americans, we ain't got to keep listening to these people tell us about how their hands are tied. They can't do a damn thing. And then they send roll their ass out here to start splaining and babbling and try to make everything convoluted. See, what you don't understand, BB. See, you better understand the three tiers of government. So in government, what you got to understand is the House, if the speakers, if the Republicans, it's Nancy Pelosi. Shut the hell up. It's always something that they got to explain that we're just too dumb and we don't understand. See, y'all, first of all, y'all some stupid fools. Y'all don't know how government works. See, that's why we need to be out here in the forefront making this thing happen because, see, you got to understand, did you get a super PAC? Before you criticize Kamala, did you donate to the NAACP? Did you sit down with a meeting with the Congressional Black Caucus? Did you form a plebiscite? Did those illegal immigrants do all that?
No.
When they came over here and got all of them damn benefits?
Nope.
That's my answer to all of that. When it comes to us, we got to jump through plebiscite hoops.
Yep.
But illegals can come over here and just get credit cards, EBT, medical, housing, everything. They ain't got to do all that. So I don't want to hear no more of those damn excuses. So
stupid shit.
They had Roland do some kind of sit down with Jermaine Dupri. I didn't even listen to it. This is Roland Martin and Jermaine Dupri. So they got Roland and all of these guys on plies. Every time you mention the inaction of the Democrats, they run and get these people to run interference. And every time we call them out, they try the shaming tactic. You Trump supporter. Is MAGA? Did MAGA pay you some money? That's a projection.
Yeah, that is.
That's something coming from the DNC. And by the way, Eliza Darrell Scott yesterday, that's going to be on my YouTube channel tomorrow. So we speak to everybody. We want to hear whatever. And let's be very clear. If Trump comes with a policy that he's going to give some tangibles to Foundation of Black Americans, you damn right, I'll support him. I'll support any candidate who's going to give tangibles for Foundation of Black Americans. And what you're not going to do is play the whole way. They are the party of racism. Y'all not going to do that, because if you're not going to call out racism on all sides, don't you say a damn thing. Because the Democrats are very good at only calling out racism when they can point at the Republicans. And I've said this before. The only time the left calls out racism is when they're talking about Trump and the right. And they're just as complicit with racism. I was on live the other day. Somebody was talking about, well, Donald Trump's dad was in the KKK. Okay. Biden's mentor was in the KKK, Robert Byrd.
Yep.
That was Biden's mentor, Senator Robert Byrd. That was Joe Biden's mentor. He became a senator.
Yep.
He was a leader in the Ku Klux Klan. This is very well documented.
Eastman too.
That was Biden's role model.
Mm-hmm.
Biden even spoke at the man's eulogy in the 1940s and I think 40s and 50s. Robert Byrd was a leader and a recruiter for the Ku Klux Klan. This is very well documented. You're not going to point the finger at the Republicans and you doing the same thing and worse. You understand?
Right.
At least Trump knows how to stay away from David Duke. You dig? Biden was up there booed up with Robert Byrd, a former Klan leader.
Yep.
Y'all not going to point the finger and talk about racism on the right and you're doing the same thing. Biden's going out here doing interviews talking about you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Kamala Harris up here telling people with her whole chest. Do y'all know how disrespectful that woman come out there and say that? That was immensely disrespectful. You did? And also, again, the Central Park Five, the hypocrisy with that. When they had the Central Park Five on stage, at the DNC convention and had the Central Park. Y'all not gonna get away. See, because when Trump put out that ad and didn't have political power, the Democrats who put the Central Park Five in jail, Linda Feinstein,
okay, yo. Yeah.
You see? Now let's call it out. That was a Democrat thing because of Willie Horton. Willie Horton, and I talked about this on my broadcast the other day. The Republicans used some Willie Horton propaganda. It was a black man named Willie Horton who got let out of jail, and he killed some white people. And they ran with that. The Republicans, they were going against a guy named Dukakis, and they said, hey, look, Dukakis is soft on crime, and his policies let people like Willie Horton out. Willie Horton was an inmate who got out early on a work release program, whatever, and killed these white people. And boy, the white people around the country like, oh my God, we got to go to the Republicans. So that killed Dukakis' career. So the left winger said, hey, we got to be on this tough on crime thing too. We got to be on this tough on crime. That's why Biden with the 3 strikes and the crime bill Biden, that's why they were all on that, family. They were all on that tough on black people under the guise of tough on crime. Yep. That's why those guys got put in jail like that. The Democrats aren't heroes with the damn Central Park 5. They're not heroes. They trying to we freed them. Oh my God, we're here. Oh, that evil Trump, that evil mean Trump put that ad out, and that made us put them in jail. Cap. That's all cap. The guys got exonerated because it was a Puerto Rican tether who confessed, and the DNA matched up. Puerto Rican tether did the crime. He confessed. The DNA matched up. Then they had to let him out. That's why they got out. It wasn't because of the goodness of the damn Democrats. And also there were other crimes like that at the time. The late 80s, there were a lot of crimes at Central Park committed by white people. There was a white dude, Robert something, who was a white supremacist. He raped and killed a white woman, allegedly raped, but he did murder her. But his excuse was they were having rough sex. It was some horse crap. So he killed this woman in Central Park. The white lady, he was a white man. And the media handled that story way different. With the Central Park 5, the left-wing media, they were using words like wolf pack. Oh, those Negroes are running around in a wolf pack. They're wilding. They're so animalistic. They're predatory. They were making them brothers seem like werewolves. The white boy who killed the woman, his nickname was the Preppy Killer. I'm not BSing. He's the Preppy Killer. He comes from an astute family. His privilege. He didn't know any better because of his privilege. That was they gave him the affluenza defense. Yeah, he was a white preppy dude. So Robert Chambers. They called him the Preppy Killer. The hell out of here. And he got a slap on the wrist. He got like 15 years in jail. He's out now. He's walking around now. He's walking around New York now. So, and again, this is Democrat-run city. These are all Democrats doing this stuff. They're looking out for their fellow white supremacists and then demonizing black people. And again, we get demonized for stuff we didn't do. Remember, the blowback on black folks in New York, that's when, after that, stop and frisk and all of that came into play. Because we were so demonized by the left-wing media and the Democratic political party for something we didn't even do. It was white people in tethers doing these weird crimes. This is why we delineate. Because people with a little melanin or whatever, they do something, and then we got to get them. That's why we're delineating and saying, hey, enough is the damn enough.
That's right, Tariq. All right, let's pass that again. I'm going to ask you what her thoughts are on this. Lady Che, what are your thoughts on Uncle Luke versus Tariq?
Camel, ugly as fuck. You should be speaking on FBA things. Right. And as far as like Kamala, like that interview was weird. I thought he was trying to throw the dick at her. Should have just did that. She was awkward during that interview. But he needed to just come off the Twitter spaces and stop acting stupid. Right. I mean, you're gonna get drugged like we drug him over there at Black Alpha Network today.
Right.
So yeah. Freaking line up. Good line. Oh, it's always somebody trying to do something else. You know, or convert an opinion. And they need to find some business of their own to worry about. You know what I mean? You want to shill, fucking be shilly, but don't be throwing other people in the mix like with Minister Farrakhan or motherfucking Malcolm X. You know what I mean? So they shouldn't be trying to throw shit in the mix to deflect from that you was acting like a hoe during that interview. So he was.
Yeah, he was.
He was acting like, oh, everybody's like, just tell you want to throw the dick at her, because that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
And she don't really care for black men. So why are you so adamant? And why does everybody keep saying the black that shit should have already been lifted? I mean, we had a whole week and a half of crazy ass dialogue about this. So we should, like you gotta stop.
Right.
He's only antagonizing our situation. Seriously, if you're not from here and you live here, and you get an opportunity to go back to your home.
Right.
You just go back home.
Yeah, just go back to Barbados, goddamn it.
Go back
I
home.
mean, not Barbados, Bahamas.
Because
From Grand Bahama.
At this point, our politics like your voice that you listen to.
Right.
Like I said that a long time ago. I was like, why the fuck would we listen to Me So Nasty?
Right. You so horny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? Why should we listen to him?
I know.
I wouldn't now. I mean, like, I think, yeah, back then probably a little bit, privately, in the privacy of my headphones. That's about it. I just don't dig him. I think he look like an ugly ass camel. He's an ugly ass brother. Like, for real, he's just so unattractive. And then to listen to him talk that have mercy, dumb, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was really dumb.
Yep. We see the same pattern with a lot of these tellers. All right, well, moving along, we're down to the last few topics of the night. Got our legal migrant news. As y'all know, the legal immigrants have been running the freaking muck, especially in these so-called sanctuary cities and states such as Colorado, in Aurora, in Chicago, Illinois, New York City, California. So we're gonna go over that right now. So the first thing is a legal migrant takes the life of a student in Virginia car crash. Ooh-wee.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing you do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button, as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm also. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed to Virginia. I don't think I've been to Virginia before as it pertains to covering news, and especially the migrant crisis, given the fact that Virginia isn't even a sanctuary state. So we haven't touched bases here before, but we are now, because I have a very tragic story to share with you guys today. It is a very sad story, and I challenge you all, as we're going through this article, I challenge you to not get upset. I challenge you to not get mad, because a young woman has lost her life to an illegal immigrant who was driving like a reckless fool. And this was somebody who had a deportation order on him and has had multiple run-ins with the law while having a deportation order on him, but he was still allowed to just simply exist, to the point to where we are now, where he took the life of a beautiful young woman with a thriving, promising future, who was college bound, or she was already in college, I should say, and just had a bright future ahead of her. But now that was tragically taken away from her. Let's get into this article here. It is titled, "Previously Deported Illegal Immigrant Known to Cops Allegedly Killed Virginia College Student in Nightmare Car Crash." Let's get into it. The article reads as such: "An illegal immigrant with numerous run-ins with the law was ordered deported 6 years ago, stands accused of killing a young Virginia college student in a horrific car crash, according to a local report. Honduran national Elvis Jameer Cruz Ferreira, 18, is charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the February death of Old Dominion University student Lauren Nicole Leonard, 19 years old, according to the Virginia Pilot. She was definitely one of a kind, said Leonard's brother Eric Hargrove, 31, a loving person, friendly, sociable, beautiful inside and out. And as you can see in this photo here, she was definitely a beautiful young woman, like I said, who had a promising future ahead of her. But this douche right here took that from her, right? He took that from her. The article continues to read, the night Leonard was killed, she was driving her gray 2000 Toyota Solara on Interstate 664 in Chesapeake back to her apartment in Norfolk around 6 p.m. when Cruz Ferreira smashed into her, causing both drivers to lose control and hit the guardrails, according to the outlet. Leonard was killed immediately upon impact, and despite Cruz's Ferreira red 2008 Pontiac Vibe overturning, he survived the crash and was treated at a local hospital with minor injuries. Of course. Isn't that how it always is? That's something to me that is so aggravating and so irritating. And we see this kind of stuff and hear about it all the time, particularly with drunk drivers. In this particular case, Ferreira, whatever his name is, wasn't drunk. At least they didn't say that he was drunk. That wasn't something that was, verified or validated. But in so many cases, you hear about drunk driving incidents, right? Where the drunk driver survives, but the victim who is just minding their business, they're the ones that lose their life. That's so aggravating to hear. That is so aggravating to hear, because it should have been, the other way around, honestly. It should have been the other way around. But let's continue on with this article. Let's get into it, because even though I've read this already, it makes me very irritated just hearing this story, and it gets more and more aggravating the more we get into this. An immigration judge had ordered Cruz Ferreira's deportation back in 2018 during a hearing he didn't appear for. After he crossed the border illegally, Immigration and Customs ICE enforcement said Cruz Ferreira had several run-ins with the cops over traffic stops in the months leading up to the crash, according to the local outlet. However, authorities didn't investigate his immigration status at the time, and that is completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous, and there should be some sort of federal law change, something that changes, which states that if you have a run-in with the law, you automatically get checked for your legal status. So therefore, you can't say, oh, it's racist and you're only looking for the Hispanics and you're only checking us. No. It should be automatic. The moment you have a run-in with the law, the moment you're arrested, you're brought down to the station, you have any sort of trouble with the police, when they're running your information, a automatic citizenship check should be a part of that as well. That way you can avoid all the foolishness surrounding fake racism around it. Now, people will still try to say, oh, you're targeting Hispanics, but it's not true, because if it applies for everybody, then what's the issue, right? It should apply for me just like it should apply for you, and it should apply to this guy, Ferreira, right, who caused this crazy accident that you're looking at on your scene right now. Look at it. This is horrific. And Ferreira's car is the car that's in the red that's flipped over. And he survived. The young woman, Lauren Nicole Leonard, didn't. She didn't. Let's continue on. In November of last year, Cruz Ferreira was caught driving recklessly, doing 85 miles an hour in a 60 mile an hour zone near where the fatal crash occurred. He was also twice cited for driving without a license. So this guy is just a delinquent. He's just a delinquent who was allowed to just exist despite having a deportation order on him since 2018. Hargrove said his sister might still be alive if Cruz Ferreira had been deported. She would be. That's just the fact of the matter. I think it's crazy, Hargrove said. Like, how come nobody looked into it? She's minding her own business, and now you come out of nowhere and just turn my life upside down. Now, this is very interesting, this statement that her brother made here. And I'm not mad at him for it. I get it. But let's just take a moment to unpack this. I don't want to say anything that sounds like far right or far left, he said. But I would just say that it's a possibility that this wouldn't have happened if the deportation happened when it was supposed to. I think it's completely ridiculous. And I'm not mad at the brother for saying this, because I get it, you know, in the politically charged environment where, you know, whatever you say, you know, especially he's speaking to the press, it'll get just chewed up into bits, and people are screaming at you one way or another. They're telling you either you're stupid or either you're the smartest person in the world, right? But think about this for a moment. He tried to couch that statement that he knew he was going to say by saying, I don't want to sound too far right or too far left. He knows what he really meant to say was, I don't want to sound too far right, right? But what made him sound too far right? Him stating the obvious, that his sister would still be here had the deportation happen when it was supposed to. I had a conversation, you know, with a good friend of mine. And in our conversation, we were talking, and he stated that the left is so far left that when you say something that's common sense, like the deportation should have happened when it was supposed to, saying something that is common sense makes you sound far right. And all you're doing is making a common sense statement. And then what that really begs to ask is, or I should say, the question that begs now, at least to me, it really makes me think about it. Is it that the left is so far left that it makes common sense seem like you're on the right? Or has common sense always been the right? I don't know. I'll let you guys discuss that in the comment section. I'll let you guys talk that and work that out. The article continues to read in closing. Hours before Leonard was killed, she was texting her family about the job she had just landed to conduct new student orientations on campus. She was just texting her family about how excited she was with her future, things and plans that she had moving forward with her life that was cut short by a douche who should have been deported many years ago. But you can't say that because it makes you sound too far to the right. Anyways, with all that being said, that's
a fucked up situation. What are your thoughts on this video?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree that there's some black shit going on.
Yeah. All under the Democrats.
I mean, man, you go to other countries, commit heinous crimes, and they punish you.
Yeah.
And they had a whole series about it, like locked up abroad. So it should be the same situation here. When you locked up abroad. Yeah.
No, here they commit whatever crime, they won't even arrest you.
Right.
They'll let you go to Chicago and then come to Denver. And then after you committed enough heinous crimes, then they'll indict you.
And we got motherfuckers robbing our banks then.
Jewelry stores. Taking over whole apartment complexes.
Well, it wasn't our jewelry store. That was one of their jewelry stores. But in the Bells?
Yeah, that wasn't even in the Bells. That was on the west side.
No, the one in the Bells that happened over there. In that little shopette.
Yeah, you talking about the one over there where the parking lot is.
That ain't there no more.
No.
I missed that.
So, fenced off parking lot now.
I love going over there because I get the Del Taco and motherfucking the Chapette.
Yeah.
The Family Dollar.
That's on the other side of the street, but yeah.
For sure, man.
The Family Dollar is. That's on the other side of the street. Okay. No.
That's what got locked up in District 2.
That'd be District 5, but yeah.
District 5, I mean. Yep. I came and got you, girl. Breaking windows. A couple times the rest is over there. District 5, that's right. That's right.
I felt more Democrat fuckery with these migrants. California's Senate.
They're really soft pawing this shit, you know. And it's obviously legit, but
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, California has done it again. We know California is a super Democrat-ran state. Now, we know Vice President Kamala Harris is running for president, and she comes from the state of California. Now, we know that...
God, you just went to the bathroom. Okay, got some prayers to the sister that lost her life as a result of these goddamn illegal immigrants. What's Kamala gonna do about that? Nothing.
She wants to give $25,000 down payment assistance and made sure to say first generation. And we know first generation means that's an immigrant term because first time home buyer is what people normally will say. Well, we know there was a bill passing through California to give migrants up to $150,000 to help them to purchase a home. And guess what ended up happening today, ladies and gentlemen? Let's look on the screen here. So that bill was called AB 1840. And as you can see here, it was 23 people voted yes, 11 voted no on AB 1840. That is that particular bill. Now, I want to go to the website for the California Senate so you can see exactly who these people are. And let's just take a quick look at this real quick so you'll know who's voted this in. All right, so we on the California State Senate website. And as you can see, you know, Benjamin Allen, he's a Democrat. You know, she's a Republican. Marie Alvarado Gill. I just want you to see who's on this California Senate. Just want you to just go down, just kind of look here. Now, from my research, all the Republicans voted no. Stephen Bradford is the only black person that's there, and he voted yes for the migrants. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? Our representation should have been voting no with the Republicans, but no, not Stephen Bradford. He's voting for the migrants. So there you go. And if you don't believe me, you say, well, did he really vote? Oh, yes, he did. Let's pull that back up. See Bradford right there? Yes. I won't let you know who voted. Let's go back down here just so you can see who's actually there. You got this other woman here coming up.
She's just running right through.
I don't know if she's Afro-Latina or she married a Latino person. I just want you to see everybody that's there. No black folks. You know, Asians, most Hispanic, white, another Vietnamese lady right there. I just want you to see who's there. Now you have this California Reparations Commission bill. How confident do you feel this group of people is going to vote for black Americans to get reparations in the form of cash payments?
What?
It's not even no black people here. What? Lola Smallwood Cuevas. Now let's look at how she voted. Let's get back to that. Pull it back up. And as you can see, Miss Smallwood Cuevas voted yes for the migrants. Just want you to see that. This woman right here. Okay. See, this is your black representation here. So I did count, like, all the Republicans voted no, just so you can know, and just want you to see who was on the California Senate as of today. Now, this is the policy of the Democrat Party.
Mm-hmm.
This is the policy of the Democrat Party completely.
Yep.
This is who they're prioritizing.
Yeah.
And at this stage in the game, Black America, you can run around here playing this symbolism game if you want to. You can run around here talking about the first this, the first that. That lady, Vice President Kamala Harris, is not a Black American woman. I can't even say she's a proper representation of a Jamaican woman. I can't even say that. She has been raised to be East Indian.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is East Indian.
Yep.
She went to India constantly. All she kept talking about in her speech at the DNC was her mama, her mama, her mama. Mm-hmm. She mentioned her dad briefly, but it was all her mama. Yep. And in India, she would be at a higher caste because of her skin tone.
Wow.
Now, her sister, Maya, she would be a lower caste in India because of her skin tone. You understand? Oh, they have a lot of self-hating colorism in India. For real, for real. But they real quiet about the crap that goes on in their society. Now, Black people, you better make a decision. You better make a decision real quick. Because, see, Black folks in California, we've said this before. I'll say it again. Black people are done in California, bro. It's a wrap. Listen, I love y'all brothers and sisters in California. I know y'all trying to hold on for dear life, but y'all have way too much against y'all. Y'all have all these different groups against y'all. The state government is prioritizing migrants. Y'all been renting for years. Y'all have been generational renters, and they're not going to help you, but they're going to help people that just came over. But see, this is what happens when Democrats get a super majority. Do you see? So now, Black America, you better make a decision, and you better make a decision real quick in this election. Let me tell you something. You keep playing these little games that you're playing, and want to side with the Democrats and all of that. I'm telling you, you put them in power, and this time around, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done. And I tell you, you put them in power this time, by 2028, I can officially tell you, by the time Kamala's done, the Black vote will be neutralized. I will promise you that. The Black vote will be neutralized because she's going to make sure that all those people that came in and having a legal status right now, they're going to have a legal status by the time she get out of office. She's going to make all of them legalized. She's going to make sure all of them can be here, can vote, can get anything they want to get. And once she do that, because already more of them here already than Black America anyway. Black folk, you go ahead. Do because a lot of times about y'all as Black people, what I learned, y'all hard-headed. Y'all stubborn as a mule, stubborn. And you don't get it until you get into the thick of a problem. That's when you start getting it. Outside of that, you don't get it at all. You don't. But go ahead and go vote for her just because, because we have some, I can't even listen to some of these, some, not all. There's a lot of Black women that's not on that tip. But some of these women that run around here talking about, I'm going to vote for her because she's a Black woman. Y'all don't want to give her a 10 because she's a Black woman. That woman don't look like you.
Right.
She wasn't raised like you. The average Black American woman wasn't going back and forth to India. The average Black American woman had a Black mama that raised them in a Black community. Let's call that what it is. She was not raised, she's not culturally Black. I don't care what her pappy is, she's not culturally Black. She was raised to be an East Indian woman.
Yeah.
That's how she was raised. But y'all think y'all can get a win with her being there? I'm telling you, you go ahead and put it in there and the Black vote will be done.
Yeah.
Now, Trump, I know he's not about to do that with him, but you care more about symbolism than your own survival. But I'm just going to tell you, and even I would say they got a lot of people listen. Those of you in California that could be listening right now, you may not even be a Black person. I'm telling you too, y'all better get that Democrat supermajority out of there.
Right.
Because now even the white people in California are complaining. There's a lot of white people that's mad right now about that what happened. Now what's going to happen, that's going to go to Gavin Newsom. And all he got to do is sign it, and it's done. He signed the last one. They gave migrants health care in January. He signed that. What would stop him to sign this? These Democrats don't care about y'all.
Nope.
They don't. The American people is not a priority for the Democrat Party. And for sure, black people is not a priority. Right. That's for sure. But these some black folks just holding on for dear life for this party. And they don't see this party is done with them. If they get back in, if they get in office, let me tell you something. You put the Democrats in office this time around, you already told them, we really done. Listen, think about it. The Democrats not even trying to reach out to you. They're not even trying to say any kind of agenda for black people. They're not mentioning no issues that black people talk about police reform and racism and that. They ain't talking about none of that. Have you noticed? Because to the Democrats, you're becoming politically irrelevant. But they know you're gonna vote for them anyway, so they know they got to prioritize the migrants. That's what they're gonna prioritize. They're gonna paper them up. They're gonna use the laws that our ancestors fought and died for to make sure they're good. They're gonna give them citizenship. And when they give them citizenship, they're gonna say, hey, we give this to you, but you got to vote for Democrat. In order to do this, you better vote Democrat. And like I said, y'all, the black community in America, you would be politically irrelevant and be done. Dr. Claude Anderson told y'all, he told you that if you were struggling to get something when you was the number 2 group in America, what will happen when you become 3 or 4? You're already at 3 now. You at 3 now, and look at what's happening to you. You haven't slipped to 4 yet. And the bad part about that, Asians are at number 4 and they still get more than you. So technically, you below Asians. They get more. They got a whole anti-Asian hate crime bill. So even though Asians are about 19 million in this country, they got more than you, and you're 47 million. But vote blue no matter who, right? Vote blue no matter who. Oh, I want to put her in, and you're going to put her in to your own demise. But like I said, you don't learn your lesson. You never learn until it happened to you. And like I said, I'm here for it. If y'all vote her in, that's cool. Go ahead. Do it. My mind is ready for whoever's in office, whether it's Kamala or Trump. Either way, my mind is ready for both of them. But I tell you this much, put it in office. Like I said, I'm not going to say a word negative about her. I promise you, I'm not going to talk about her. I'm going to be talking about y'all. When y'all crying about migrants, when y'all crying they getting this over you, when you crying about jobs, when you being you losing your homes and all these different things, and migrants is going in your place. And the only thing I'm going to say is that's what you voted for. That's what you wanted. You had a chance to stop this mess a few years ago. And you chose not to because you wanted symbolism instead of wanting substance and the survival of black American people. That's what it was for you. It was so now you got your sister girl, you got your ski wee, right? You gotta now deal with it. That's how it's gonna be for me. That's it. Because at the end of the day, I want to live my life and like I said, I don't know what my position is gonna be by that time. I don't even know. Right. But y'all better think. Because if you go out there and you put the Democrats back in office, whatever happened to Black America,
Still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt.
So I agree with everything Uncle Phil said in regards to that. California State Senate passed laws to give illegal immigrants zero down payment assistance. Some more news I want to cover. Next one's from Lisa. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
So we're going to go over this story, and you will see this is another one of those migrants that have been arrested multiple times over and over and over out here. And before we get to that, I want to show you a picture. Let's see here. Yep, here we go. Shalom to everybody in the chat. Shalom.
Shalom.
Okay, give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Oh, well, I'll take a 1. That's what I usually tell you anyway. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is outside of the Roosevelt Hotel. The Roosevelt Hotel is one of the shelter locations where these migrants have been staying. Now, I want y'all to look at all of the mopeds that are out there. Look at that. You know that has not changed. They are still illegally riding around on them in the city, and they are still robbing people on these mopeds every single day out there in New York. Look at how many of them they got. They said when the cops come and try to take them, because America has given them so much money, y'all, since they've been here, it's nothing for them to go out and buy another one. They said sometimes before the day is over, they got another one. So you can't expect folks to come across the border, get treated the way they are treated, and expect them to come here and be law abiding. If they can beat up on cops and get set free with no bail, why should they respect your laws, America? Why should they? And they got plenty of taxpayer money to buy all the mopeds they want now. All right? They got plenty of taxpayer money to do it. So nothing has changed. Nothing. Not a thing. It looks like almost every migrant there got one of these bikes. Everyone there got one. But this is your president, Joe Biden, and Harris opening up the gates, and look at what's happening now. So now let's get to the reason why we are here. Let me share my screen again. All right. So here we got another migrant that has been arrested multiple times. And, you know, he gave a name, but you know how it is. These dudes, they will get arrested and they're not even giving a real name. You know, I did one a couple of weeks ago where this dude was arrested, I think, over 10 times, and over 10 times he gave a different name. They're not, you can best believe they're still not, NYPD is still not getting a real name. So migrant accused of beating 2 NYPD cops arrested again and then set free without bail. You know, it's amazing. Citizens in this country can't even get away with that. But somebody illegal in your country can beat up on 2 cops and walk free with no bail?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So a migrant is accused of beating on 2 Manhattan NYPD officers at the shelter, and it was right there at the Roosevelt Hotel that you saw in the previous picture. And he was busted, and this is the reason why NYPD went over to the Roosevelt Hotel. He was accused of snatching a woman's cell phone and credit card. Of course, he was on one of those mopeds because that's how they do it. Then he, saw the cops coming, and I guess he thought it was time for him to defend himself from robbing somebody. And he ended up fighting physically with 2 NYPD officers. His name is Alexander Ayala, which I don't believe that's a real name. I don't believe this is his real name. That is his made-up name. He was charged with identity theft and possession of stolen property, and this took place on August 12th. Which happened at 3:30 p.m. near the intersection of 11th Avenue and West 49th Street. This is according to a criminal complaint. Authorities said he grabbed an unidentified victim's card and cell phone. So he was able to get a hold of the credit card and the cell phone of this victim. Then took off on a bike. Then tried to use the woman's Amazon credit card later that day at Gourmet 45, a deli on 3rd Avenue, and T-Mobile store. So he went into a T-Mobile store and also tried to use this card, and that was on Lexington Avenue, according to the complaint. Prosecutors hit him with 2 counts of 3rd-degree identity theft, 1 count of criminal possession of stolen property for his crime. But ladies and gentlemen, because the charges, what they said, aren't bail eligible, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office told the court to just release him, and they did. Now, you let a black man look at a cop wrong, okay? They won't have to make the court date because we know what's going to happen to him. So he walked from swinging on cops and robbing somebody. Back in May, he was in court again. He was held on a $20,000 cash bond and a $40,000 partially secure surety bond after a near riot at the Roosevelt Hotel shelter. So, I mean, you can see it's like many of the other migrant stories I told you. It's the same people almost every week. They're getting arrested for a new thing. But again, America, nobody's going to respect your laws if you keep arresting them and then letting them go no matter what the crime is. And that's what they do when it comes down to these migrants. Then they said he actually tried to snatch an NYPD officer's hat because he wanted it as a souvenir. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But him and the other defendants were let go on supervised release, despite Ayala's previous criminal record includes a December domestic violence charge. The fight at the Roosevelt Hotel began around 2:15 p.m. on May 19th when police were called to the shelter on a report of a dispute between 2 groups of migrants. Sound like gangs. that got into a fight. The asylum seekers quickly surrounded them and attacked. So 2 groups got into a fight inside of this shelter known as the Roosevelt Hotel. So officers went in at that particular time. One of the officers were bitten in the left arm and bruised on his left leg and scrotum. And the other officer suffered head injuries and wounds on his right elbow and wrist. Both officers ended up at Mount Sinai West Hospital, and the NYPD arrested 4 of the migrants afterwards. And guess what they did after they arrested them? They got arrested, charged, and then let go. So it apparently, migrants, I did a video a couple of weeks ago on how they are making plans to take out the cops in America. These gangs that come out of Venezuela. That's what they're planning on doing. Okay, so Ayala was initially only charged with attempted robbery for trying to grab the officer's hat, but the charges appeared to have been upgraded to assault since then, according to court records. Ayala, whose known address is the Roosevelt Hotel, is scheduled to appear in court on September 12th to answer for both the cop assault and the stolen phone and credit card. Ladies and gentlemen, they said these migrants don't even show up for their court dates. And if they give them ankle monitors, they just cut them off and nothing happens to them. They don't get in trouble for cutting off their ankle monitors. So, but like I said, why should they follow a law when you have demonstrated in this country that no matter what they do, you're going to just hold them maybe a few hours and then set them free? Who the hell is going to respect your laws? Because you're not showing them any kind of boundaries in this country. You can't do this, or this is going to be consequences behind what you do. They're not showing them that. So why should they change? They're not. They're going to just persistently get worse. They're going to get worse. But these are the folks they want to eventually make citizens. They will allow them to come and do these things and still seek asylum. Now, wouldn't it make sense to deport them? Or if you are going to keep them, those that are committing crimes cannot seek asylum. They got to eventually be sent out of here. They're not even doing that. And it's because of the ways they got these sanctuary city laws written. It's almost like these migrants and these gang members that come out of South America, they can do no wrong here. Yeah, these are the ones that come across the border calling us lazy. Okay, these are the ones that come across the border calling us lazy, y'all. So, y'all, yeah, well, Jet Black, give them time. They're not allowed to vote now. Give it some time. I promise you that's going to change. And the Democratic Party is going to be the one pushing it. Oh yeah, yeah. Like, you know, that's what I really believe. You know, they didn't just empty out jails. They emptied out anything that they saw as an inconvenience. So you can best believe the mental institutions also got emptied out. And like I said, I've looked at some of these migrants. Some of them don't look right. That's why I think some of them did come out of those institutions, you know, those mental joints that are down there. Yeah, yeah. See, this is the kind of that Joe Biden said that, you know, in order for us to get things done, we're going to have to go to people like this dude here in the picture in order to get things done. This is what Joe Biden wants us to believe, that we're going to have to go to them. We're going to have to go to gang members and people of this Hispanic community because they're going to be bigger than us. And we may have to go to these criminals in order to get things done. I wish the hell I would. Joe Biden, you can go to hell.
Okay. Are we going to make it? Well,
no, this is just the second flood of criminals. The first criminals came floating over here from Europe. So this is just the second round of criminals coming from South America now.
Wait till you get to our shit. Because it's not
history repeating itself. It's just a different group of people right now.
Let me know when you get there.
All right.
Listen.
Yeah, we know why they're here. They're here to spite us, and they're going to demonstrate to us that they'll do for them before us. They would prefer to do for people that never paid a dime into this system over us. And they're doing it right in our face. They want you to see them give all this money. They especially want us to see it more than anyone else. Very in your face. And trust me, it's on purpose. Yeah. But see, you got people within the Hebrew Israelite community that will tell you that this is Issachar right here in the picture. They'll tell you this dude is Issachar. But I will not believe it until you show me the scripture that says when Issachar comes to America, the Gentiles will take care of him. So until you show me that scripture, I will not believe this is Issachar. Okay? Show me the scripture that says they will be taken care of by Gentiles. This is what will happen for Issachar. So if you can't show me that scripture, I will never believe this is Issachar. I will never believe it. Never.
All right.
So y'all, thank you for being here, and we'll definitely do this again with another topic.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes. Yes, so like I said, these illegals is running amok.
Running amok.
No, that's what y'all want.
Look at ice water here. That ice water bomb as hell right there.
That's what's going to get you.
That's not bad. That ice water was. Whew. So good right there. So right, the one you need right in the middle of the morning, like 3 a.m. You get a nice little fresh, nice big gulp of some cold ass ice water. It hits the spot. It definitely hits the spot.
Yeah.
You got some ice water over there?
I have water. It's not ice water.
You want some water?
No.
Ice water?
I already have water over.
What's the ice water?
And that water's going to go to fill up what I have. See that. So we're down to the last two topics of the night.
Yeah. These two topics are really important to me as Jesse, so we could put them in this mix. Even though we had a heavy topic list today.
Yeah.
So I'm really surprised that he actually did it because these were set in the RVA topic list.
Mm-hmm.
So I was very surprised and pretty happy about it. And I got to add a story to my list because I saw somebody I like in Aurora. But I live in Aurora.
Right.
Jesse lives a few minutes away in Denver. It seems like if you're out of town, it'd be like kind of far. But for us, we travel back and forth to each other's place all the time, like every other couple of days. So we've gotten on a pretty good routine with it. I'm just glad you threw this in the mix because first story is Q. We really worked hard with it. So you're gonna go ahead and lead into it, but it's very important to us because we work on one of the boards, and the DA board specifically, we sit on our board, and we was in that ass. Like we don't, as Black people, we don't get very many wins of justice.
Right.
So this is like considered a win, and then we're gonna be right on this bitch's helmet. I am anyway. I believe just probably follow me over there with that, but our second tail is very important to me. And I'll get into that after we get through all this. Okay, Jesse. Thank you too.
All new tonight at 9, all charges are set to be dropped against a man charged with murder in a deadly road rage shooting in Denver. The Denver District Attorney confirms that they're asking a judge to drop the first-degree murder charge against Stephen Long. He shot and killed two brothers on I-25 near 6th Avenue last fall and claims that it was self-defense. District Attorney Beth McCann tells us in part, quote, "I have concluded that we could not prove Mr. Long's guilt to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence establishes a strong and valid self-defense claim pursuant to Colorado law. This was an extremely difficult and heart-wrenching decision, but ultimately, in my opinion, the correct one." We're going to start with some new reaction from Stephen Long and his family after the Denver District Attorney's Office asked a judge to drop the first-degree murder charge against him. Now, he was accused of killing two brothers on I-25 near 6th Avenue last fall during a road rage incident.
Yeah, Long claimed he was acting in self-defense. Fox 31's Greg Nieto was there moments after an ankle monitor was actually removed from his leg. He has the details for us live here at 9. Greg?
Yeah, Jeremy, a family spokesperson tells us right there on the jail steps that this case was not won in the courtroom, but the community.
A year and 2 months after a deadly confrontation shuts down northbound I-25 at 8th Avenue. Friends, family, and members of the Denver Justice Project welcome Stephen Long after officially having his ankle monitor removed at the downtown Denver jail, a day after the Denver DA's office drops the final murder charge against the 25-year-old.
First and foremost, I want to give all glory to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without him, none of this would have been possible.
In June of last year, prosecutors say Long was responsible for the deaths of 21-year-old Blake Lucas and Lucas's 22-year-old brother, Damon, in a road rage incident. Long is African-American. The Lucas brothers are white. The family man and college student maintaining self-defense the entire time, saying he was the one initially attacked on the highway. This afternoon, he would not take questions about the incident, but did say,
"Thank everybody from the arresting point. We had a lot of community presence, and community always been there for me since the first second I was arrested."
The Denver Justice Project did have a message for Denver's incoming DA.
You need to do something about the lack of equity in the self-defense law when it's applied to people of color.
Long, who spent months behind bars before bonding out, says he is praying for the deceased brothers left behind, ready to renew his own life, one memory at a time.
Just want to take this time to enjoy with my family and start moving forward.
did reach out to the Lucas family for some sort of reaction post press conference, if you will. Have not yet heard back. Breaking up on Fox 31.
Man, we wrote letters. I wrote one letter just to go to I know I wrote Alex says living on the floor.
I want to thank everybody for coming out here this afternoon. My name is Alexander Landau. I am the founder and co-executive director of the Denver Justice Project. Why are we here today? We are here today to acknowledge a monumental moment in Denver's history. We are here to acknowledge the freedom of Stefan Long. In June of 2023, this man was forced to defend himself against two white aggressors on I-25. Unfortunately, the other two men lost their lives that day. Stefan's pursuit for justice around what has obviously been labeled what we were calling it the entire time, a clear-cut case of self-defense, has come to an end today. Stefan should have never had to go through this process. He should have never been wrongfully jailed. He should have been allowed to speak his narrative and remained under the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. That is not the luxury he was afforded. We are here today because this day highlights an opportunity for a young man to get on with the rest of his life, to get back to his family. For months, Stefan resided in this very facility behind me when he should have never been there in the first place. Stefan, for months, for over a year, was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for defending his life against people who wanted to cause him harm, people who wanted to cause his harm. For 14 months, We contacted District Attorney Beth McCann day in and day out, tirelessly, sending her messages, sending her emails. People from the community were placing phone calls. We took it as far as the Attorney General's office, the governor's office. And we had little communication from the public defenders who were representing this family. This case was not won in court. This case was won in the community. This case needs to be a pivotal moment for incoming Denver District Attorney Walsh. You need to do something about aggressive prosecutorial practices. You need to do something about the lack of equity in the self-defense law when it's applied to people of color.
That's right.
And this is your opportunity to do so.
That's right.
We are here today to also allow you all to understand the trauma that this has brought to this family. Yes, the cases are dismissed, but the trauma still lingers. The fear, the threats of safety to a man who is a scholar. No previous criminal background at all whatsoever. A double major who went to KSU on an academic scholarship. And his introduction into what we consider a justice system almost cost him his life in prison. Something's got to change. But what we're here to do today is acknowledge the victory that the Denver community helped in achieving, the victory that this man should have been afforded from the very beginning. I want to open up the floor to the mother, Stephanie Clifton, so you can get an idea of what this has done to the family from a mother's perspective, what it means for her to know that her baby is finally coming home. Stephanie?
I'm just so thankful to God first and foremost, to community, to our family. Our family has been here from day one. I'm so thankful to Denver Justice, NAACP, the Brother Jeff Network, Machine Codes, Median, Anti-Taz Research Department. There's so many people that I'm thankful to right now, but I don't ever want to discredit that two people did lose their lives, so I'm praying for that family as well. But I'm thankful for my son and what we've gone through this journey that we did not have to go through. Thankful to God for getting us through, for being by us every day, and you know, that's it. God got us through this, and lots of prayer. But I'm thankful.
That's why it's a
I want to ask Brandon from DACAC, the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee. DACAC has stood beside the family, has stood beside Denver Justice Project in the case of Stephon Long and many others that you all have heard about in the community. And I want to just offer him an opportunity to say a few words about what this means to him.
It is a great day to see Stephon finally free, and it is as Alexandra was saying, that this was won at the hands of the community fighting for what is right, and that is going to continue to be what makes change happen. And the fight isn't over. The fight is going to continue with other victims of this racist judicial process and other victims of police violence. And, you know, the fight's not over. So, yeah, you know, this marks a significant step towards justice. And hopefully this is going to be a beginning to the healing process for the family. and a step towards continuing the fight for justice in our community. So hopefully this sets a precedent in our community and in Colorado for charges against similar practices that have been happening. So I don't want to take too much time.
Thank you, Brandon, and thank you, fellow community. Stefan Long would like to address you all, and he would like to give you a perspective from his own personal narrative. This is something that we haven't seen. We've had plenty of people speaking for this man, from the courthouse to myself to family, but we have not been able to allow this man an opportunity to speak for his own level of acclaim. His level of healing and his journey starts here today. And I think we owe him an opportunity to set the record straight. Stefan.
Thank you, everybody. First and foremost, I want to give all glory to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without him, none of this would have been possible. So definitely give all my glory to him. And then second, community. Thank everybody from the arresting point. We had a lot of community presence, and community always been there for me since the first second I was arrested. So I couldn't thank you guys enough, community, for being there for me and showing so much love to my family and support, and just lifting us up during this terrible time. So just thank everybody. Thank Denver Justice. Thank everybody here with me. This is just a small look at the village that we've been having support me. So just thank everybody that's viewing, everybody out of state, everybody that's been standing with me firm and fighting for justice. Appreciate everybody here today, and appreciate everybody that's been following the case.
What was the process you just went
through?
Sorry. What was the process you just went through? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm not taking any questions. So I thank everybody. Just wanted to thank community, and just want to take this time to enjoy with my family and start moving forward. Thank you, everybody.
I would just like to highlight that we are gathering in front of the jail instead of the district attorney's office, where we should be, because Beth, yes, you get the credit for finally dismissing this case, but you also deserve the scrutiny for charging him in the first place. No new evidence was presented. Everything that led up to this dismissal is the exact same evidence you were looking at from day one. Why we are here today in front of the jail is because Stefan just got his ankle monitor removed. And this highlights, this is a symbol of his freedom. So we decided to gather in front of this facility to memorialize that moment. I want to thank you all for coming out here this afternoon, this early evening. My name's Alexander Landau. I'm with the Denver Justice Project, and I hope you all stay tuned, because Stefan's pursuit is not over. Thank you. Are there any questions?
How is Stefan doing?
So I spoke to Stefan over the phone yesterday and told me he did not know exactly what to do with the news. It being so surreal, he told me he just decided to sit in the park and play basketball with his kids. And I told him that's exactly what you should do. That's what a father should do. Enjoy the time with your babies, because that time, as any parent knows, goes like that. And you just had your third. So welcome back to parenthood. They are working on exposing full sealing of everything relevant to this particular case, yes. Hearts go out to the family.
And who's with Stefan's family? Wife, kids.
Oh, we've got the whole gamut right here. We've got a lot of the immediate family, and we've got extended family as well.
What does it mean to you to be surrounded by your family here today, knowing that the community has been with you the entire way?
So it means everything. The community's been there since the first second I was arrested. So it helped a lot. Get through everything. A lot of people don't have support with family like this, so it makes everything a lot tougher when you don't have the support and family that I have. Just couldn't be more blessed to have that and go through that with them, because it helped lift me. And about everything as well.
Do your scholastic / career aspirations change because of this? And if so, do you mind stepping closer to the microphone so we can hear you? Career, scholastic, have they changed based on what you've kind of gone through?
Still working that out.
You know, we have a place for you at the Denver Justice Project. Our door is always open.
And Mom Stephanie, how are you feeling today?
I'm just overjoyed. It's just thankfulness and gratefulness. I'm just overjoyed. With lots of love as well. The community is always wrapping their hands, their arms around our entire family. So we're just thankful. And nothing's going to change with that. We have been a praying family before this happened, and we were a praying family during this situation, and we're going to be a praying family after this situation. That is what we do.
Thank you all for coming out this afternoon. And if we can, please, the family would like to take a moment to be reunited in some level of peace, to be able to digest this news and begin to understand what the new normal for them is going to look like. So if we could respect the wishes of the family, that would be much appreciated in the future. Thank you.
We discussed this already.
Okay. But we're supposed to be discussing this offline, not online.
All right, family, look, I made my plans. Just to talk about this offline if you want to. But I want to move out that way because I'm in my bag about Aurora. It is very difficult to find the right connections here. A lot of these people, they like, I don't understand why we even have these discussions about whether it's Denver or not. I'd be dropping names right now that these people work out here or live out here, and they constantly in Denver doing Denver work. They always in the free think zone and shit, but they are run out here in this city. And then nobody ever questions them about their fucking living statuses. And I don't know why it has to be me.
They're
but
not
I don't
running
want
for
to.
political
Okay,
office.
Bailey did, cuz.
Because that was 5 years ago.
Okay, so what? Like nobody questioned that.
I did. There were several people that questioned that. That was 5 years ago, though, cuz. It's not right now.
I'm sorry, Candace. I didn't mean to throw you out there like that, my fault. What about Leah Wheeler?
That was 5 years ago, too.
No, but she always in and out of Denver. And she's always in the politics over here. But she's also in the politics over there. But nobody say anything to that.
She ran for office 5 years ago.
But nobody questions her now. That's what I'm talking about. So
she works at the VA in Aurora, cuz. Like,
but she in the free think zone every week, right?
I don't know. I don't tap into
I watch
that
nowadays.
shit.
Lately, I've been watching. So, I've been watching like really a lot lately. Told you I had a way to do it. Anywho, just be getting kicked off the thing. So I managed to save my one good key to watching and learning what's going on. I managed to save it for just fucking it all up. So, I plan on doing some things in the near future. I just don't think I want to run for office in Aurora. Not that it wasn't easy or anything like that. It's just that I'm still in my bag about it. And I don't want to live in Aurora. It doesn't seem that it's going to get any cheaper here. And all the black people are moving away.
It doesn't seem like Denver's going to get any cheaper either.
Are you going to leave Denver, Jesse?
If I wasn't running for office, yes.
After this, in like 87 days, are you going to move out of Denver?
No, because I can't afford it.
Yeah, so, either way, so like what I'm trying to say is Aurora doesn't look like it's gonna get any cheaper. But it also doesn't look like it's gonna get any blacker either. I say that because I really don't like to be outran. Like, we've been over gentrified, so it would be nice to see more black people. It would. That would be nice for
There's
me.
22% black people in Aurora. There's more black people in Aurora than there are in Denver.
They're just not right here. What I'm saying, there's nobody. Where do you see them at? Go outside, look.
They're all over.
Go outside,
Guys, just
look.
go to Colfax. You'll find black people on Colfax.
Oh, it's like that. See,
You can find black people all over Aurora.
and it's just like I just didn't stop it, Jesse. I'd rather work for office somewhere where I could do that. I could actually be assisted. They told me no, and they didn't even let me submit my signatures. So what do you think is gonna happen the next time? They tell me no again, and they're gonna put up some old weird ass. Bro, like what is cooning in the city council in Aurora anyway?
Yeah, Stephanie here in town.
Yep. I don't want to sit on an office with her either.
Okay. So getting back to the topic, what does that have to do with this?
You're right. It was one in the community. It was one because we did the work. It was one because we wanted him to get out. It was wrong. Brilliant. So self-defense.
Yeah.
And they wanted to play on White Night Say so. And because he's a young brother, they wanted to keep him locked up forever and a day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these two fucking aggressive ass motherfucking white boys.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Or got on his car
Mm-hmm.
and terrorized him.
Yeah. Over a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Tragedy that they died. Shoulder shrug. But you can't get away with that type of shit. Other times are now to be contentious. Like we don't want to be terrorized. You know, it's not right. It's not right. The act of terrorism. And that shit needs to stop. So, we're glad that we were able to contribute. I'm glad. Right. I'm really glad. I'm glad Alex said it too, because she shouldn't have charged him.
Right.
So I'm glad. I'm very glad. He gave me a t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he saw me. He's all excited to see me.
Yeah.
Because I haven't got out in a long, long time. We were really sick. So I was glad that I got out. I went to go and sit with Jesse at I think it was the DA forum.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I went to go sit with Jesse at the free think zone, and
okay, ain't no free think zone. There ain't nothing free thinking about that shit.
we crashed the event. I was definitely acting a fool a little bit. Well, I was aggressive because, you know, I had my own reasons, but I went there to sit with Jesse and to hear about the new DA, and because I knew old John Walsh a little bit prior to, and I really wasn't feeling.
There was a debate between John Walsh and Leola Joseph.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I wasn't feeling Leola. Just cause I just wasn't really. I was really trying to placate those. It was the civil service or the civil rights attorney, the one that was all up in the air that first couple of days.
Yeah, you talking about Lisa?
Yeah, whooping shit and shaking her head through the whole thing. And she looked like she was gonna buck. I was like, what?
I saw one of the candidates.
Yeah, she's a talking shit.
Ballot.
I didn't like how she was maneuvering, so I checked that too.
I had asked her about this case, and she said she would have dropped all the charges. So that's why I was like, I'll support her. But she didn't make the ballot.
Mm-hmm. Because she provided tangible. I just didn't like how she was maneuvering. I agree with Jesse though. Whatever provides tangibles for us, we should look into. But I just didn't at that point. After the fact, after she didn't make the ballot, and I like how she was maneuvering. I don't like two-faced and shit. Because if you could do something like that on a video, what you capable in public?
Right.
Go ahead, baby. I'll agree with you though.
So the last topic of the night is bad news on friend Lumumba Sayers Sr. is now in prison or on his way to prison for killing what some are saying is the killer of his son.
They said a lot. Streets say different shit though.
New this morning, within the last.
Told you I'd be maneuvering around different.
Yeah. So for those that don't remember, Lumumba Sayers Jr. was killed last year,
Mm-hmm.
and his father, I guess, vowed to get revenge for him.
Mm-mm. As far as what happened was is that he was losing 5 points, and somebody rode up on the car, shot him and a girl, I believe. I'm sorry, brother. I got inside baseball. I can't really talk about with y'all. So, it was on the news. The police were out there. There's cameras everywhere. They can't even see to find the killer. Right?
No, they
found the killer. They said the suspect. Allegedly. Right? Because it showed a picture of Cuz online and all this shit. But Lumumba was out of town. I think he was out abroad, right? Something like that.
Yeah, he was in the Dominican Republic.
He was out of town. When it happened, and he had issued like a SOS to the community. Like, I'm gonna need the community to help me.
Yeah.
To get through it, whatever. Typical of the fucking free coon zone and shit. They try to capitalize on it for a minute. He came out, he did a couple of interviews. The movie was the father was like a wreck.
Yeah.
I know the father. I know Lumumba because we're like around the same age. His building's like not that far away from my crib. But we're like around the same age. He came up around the same individuals, quiet as kept. Just know, when he do something, when this is what I wanted to talk about. My show a little bit, but I wanted to address something that when we ask the community for help, the community acts like it's going to do something, but it don't do nothing. And that's what happened. The community didn't do nothing. The police didn't want to solve no case. I don't know what happened on the backside of that. I think that you just not going to shoot the cousin of the alleged shooter. All right? And that's what they're alleging. I don't. What I'm gonna say is kind of controversial. I don't think he did something bad. I think he did something bad in front of people, cheering. Who did it? Said a video floating around.
Yeah.
David kind of sorry about how it looked. His son was already something special in the MMA field. His son was only like what, 19?
20,
something like that. He already had some championships, local little championships under his belt. Lumumba and them have a club where they were taking youth and fucking teaching them how to fight, so they don't have to go outside.
Heavy hands, heavy hearts.
Yeah, so they can find some busy work. So they can do something with their time instead of going and committing crimes and drugs and joining gangs and things like that. So he's a major advocate for gun violence, and youth violence
against gun violence.
Yeah, a major advocate against it. Also, too, he's a major contributor. Excuse me, to helping our youth get right in the world. You know what I mean? There was little things like that for us growing up, but motherfuckers like us in the foster care system couldn't access that. We can access these programs. Best we could do is the rec center. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I grew up working out, and my dad had a gym in the basement. My brother's father, and that's how we would work our frustrations out. Because we come home from school angry or, upset, especially things didn't go right or get picked on or whatever. I got picked on in school a lot. We'll work out. So this is something he did for the children. He did a lot of good shit. He does a lot of good shit. So, but it's his son. Like, his son wasn't no son. Son was just very young in life. He already was working towards a career as a fighter.
Yeah.
So it's not like his son was just average kid, just whatever. His son had a future.
Yeah.
He loved it. His son looked just like he loved him.
Yeah.
So are we really gonna be upset if the police wouldn't do their job? The community again has to do the police's job, and then it gets too far. And are we really gonna blame him? And everybody's like, he's dangerous, and right. That's just well, that's just hurt. You know what I mean? We have a chance to speak to Beth McCann again.
Yeah.
And I don't think he should go to prison. I don't think that he should have to suffer.
She has no control over the case, so it's in Adams County.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Anyway, I have resources. Extended family married to other people, whatever. There's something we can always do, but I don't think the community is really stepping up for him, for Lumumba, because of the act being so egregious. And I think they didn't step up for him. I didn't think they really did a good job stepping up for him. It was certain individuals that stepped up.
Yeah.
I remember talking to him on the backside in private, and tell him, I don't talk, I don't do shows. Everybody knows that.
Right.
But I may come out the pocket for this, so only because the representation of the community nowadays is the epitome of excellence, Black excellence at that, and I find that to be an egregious lie. So
right.
I don't think that, and I also too do not believe in capitalizing on our pains, shames, and deaths and ills.
Right.
I don't think that's the right thing. I'm just a young and up and coming. I'm old, but I'm just young in the what do we call it, advocate game.
Yeah.
Not activist. I mean, I've been on protest because, but not like that.
Yeah.
Not like Jesse. But I've been out there protesting too. I was out there a couple times.
Yeah, back in 2020, yeah.
I was like, Carrie, you see me get pushed around the wheelchair because I was down. However, I want to do more. I've just been sick, Belly. And I think that being on the internet is not the same thing as being out in person. But maybe that's where it is for me. If I don't get well or get better. So me and Jesse have been working on plans for right after the campaign is over to really get my physical health back in good character.
Right.
Well, where I'm not like dying on one side of my body. So Play it, baby.
Last few minutes, the Adams County DA has officially filed charges against a man once known as an anti-violence advocate. Police arrested Lumumba Sayers for a shooting in Commerce City over the weekend.
9 News reporter Courtney Yoon is joining us live from Adams County Court this morning. Courtney, Sayers is expected in court pretty soon. The DA, though, just submitting those charges to the court.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Anusha and Jordan. Right now, he faces a first-degree murder charge and also felony menacing. It's a case that Commerce City police call a revenge killing. And today, Sayers, a former MMA fighter and once known for his staunch views on anti-violence, is set to be in court in a little less than a half an hour today for those charges to be officially filed. Now, the shooting happened this past Saturday. Police say 28-year-old Malcolm Watson was shot at Paradise Island Pool, a water park for kids. His sister told 9 News Watson died while leaving his son's 5th birthday party. Officers quickly found and arrested Lumumba Sayers Sr. Investigators have already identified a possible motive. Court documents show Sayers' son was murdered about a year ago by a friend of Watson. The arrest affidavit says witnesses saw Sayers, quote, walk up and shoot the victim in the head at a close range. The affidavit goes on to say witnesses believe Sayers may have killed someone in retaliation or revenge. According to Watson's sister, her brother was innocent and wasn't involved in the death of Sayers' son. She says Malcolm was someone who wanted to be a great father and was a loving little brother. In 2021, 9 News profiled Sayers Sr. and the Aurora gym that he created as a safe space for children. And now he faces these charges and is expected in court around 8:30 this morning. Crime and Justice reporter Kelly Ranke will be here inside the courtroom and will be sure to update you with everything that happens inside on air and online. Live in Brighton, Courtney Yoon, 9 News.
Yeah, a lot to follow with this one. We're going to stay on top of that. All right, Courtney, thank you.
An anti-gun activist now accused in a deadly shooting.
Police say the murder at a child's birthday party over the weekend was likely revenge for his son's murder. Denver 7's Veronica Acosta explains why some say this could be worse for the community than other shootings.
Nearly 1 year after his son was shot and killed, Lumumba Sayers Sr. is in jail facing a first-degree murder charge.
We're all hurting. We're all hurting for this.
Commerce City police arrested Sayers Sr. Saturday afternoon after they say he shot and killed a 28-year-old man at Pioneer Park. The arrest affidavit says the anti-gun violence activist showed up to a child's birthday party, shooting the victim at close range. Police considering retaliation or revenge as a possible motive for the murder. Witnesses who were there Saturday say Sayers Sr. killed a friend of the person who was initially accused of killing his son, a murder now leaving some scratching their heads in disbelief.
The reality is, when something like this happens, there are no winners.
Topaz McBride, an Aurora community leader, says she spoke with Sayers Sr. a few weeks ago. She says he was struggling with his grief after the loss of his son.
Even for someone who takes matters in their own hands, then there are those that they leave behind who are left in a situation of trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
McBride says when she heard about Sayers Sr.'s arrest, she thought two things. The first,
maybe I should have called more often. Maybe I should have checked in more often.
And the second,
there was also panic about what does this mean for our community, and concerned about retaliation, concerned about the messaging to the youth, to the people who looked up to him, to the people that heard him say over and over again to not retaliate, put the guns down.
McBride says she's now focusing on the message to put the guns down. In Aurora, Veronica Acosta, Denver 7.
Now, an initial suspect was arrested a month after Sayers Jr.'s murder. That case was dismissed.
Emotional outburst today in an Adams County courtroom where a bond hearing was held for an anti-violence advocate charged with first-degree murder.
Yeah, the former MMA fighter who'd been trying to help get troubled youth and adults off the street, now accused of killing a man at a child's birthday party over the weekend. Fox 31's Vicente Arenas is the only TV reporter in the packed courtroom today and has more from the courthouse.
It was a very, very emotional hearing here at the Adams County Courthouse today. At one point, the victim's mother began shouting at the podium. Her family members had to come up and help calm her down.
The mother of the victim left the courtroom today shouting at supporters of Lumumba Sayers. She left after speaking at a podium asking a judge to not lower Sayers' $1 million bond. Lumumba Sayers is charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of menacing. Investigators say Sayers shot and killed 28-year-old Malcolm Watson at a park during a child's birthday party in Commerce City on Saturday. In a court affidavit, investigators said Sayers' motive may have been revenge or retaliation. Sayers' son was killed in Denver a year earlier. Today, several of the victim's relatives said Watson had nothing to do with the murder of Sayers' son. During the bond hearing, the victim's relatives said they feared Sayers would continue his path of vengeance. The judge then raised the bond to $5 million, cash only. The courtroom so full today, the judge had to stop the proceedings to set up an overflow room. Lumumba became well known in the community for his Heavy Hands, Heavy Hearts anti-violence organization. The former MMA fighter also promoted a gloves up, guns down program and previously spoke to Fox 31 about the program. At one point, there were nearly 7 deputies in the courtroom during the tense hearing. Outside the courthouse, several law enforcement officers stood by as families of both the victim and the suspect left for the day.
The next hearing in this case will be a preliminary hearing that is set for October 4th. And once again, the judge saying today that so many people will be expected that an overflow room will be set up. At the Adams County Courthouse, Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
All right, Vicente.
Yeah, guys, Malcolm Watson's family held that balloon release over at Pioneer Park in Commerce City. That's, as you mentioned, where he was shot and killed last Saturday. The family of both Watson and Lumumba Sayers in court yesterday. There were heated interactions between the two of them. And because of that, a family member that I spoke to today wished to remain anonymous for their safety.
He was a father of 3, an uncle of, say, about 15.
A family man is how his relatives would best describe Malcolm Watson.
He was definitely our protector. We knew that we were safe with him.
One whose sense of humor, they say, will be sorely missed.
There was nothing that Malcolm couldn't make a joke out of and make sure that everybody was smiling.
One family member tells me she spoke with Watson last Friday, not knowing it would be her last time talking to him.
And we had a short conversation, but we said our love yous and that we'll talk later.
He was killed the next day. Lumumba Sayers Sr. now charged with his murder and held on a $5 million bond. Watson's family thankful for that, not only because their brother was killed,
but because what he did was heinous. What he did was terrible.
In court on Wednesday, tensions were high, with shouting back and forth between both parties. Watson's family tells me they feel unsafe even with Sayers behind bars, saying his supporters are still out there.
Who is to say that they won't come after us because he's in jail?
Despite that, they felt it was right to come out and honor him at the park with a balloon release. And if his family member had known that last time talking to him would be forever, she would have wanted him to know that he'll live on.
He'll never be forgotten. And I have his back, just like I did when he was here physically.
As you heard, Sayers Sr. currently being held in the Adams County Jail on that $5 million bond. His next court appearance is set for early October. Reporting live in Commerce City, Nate Bell, Fox 31.
So I just want to be clear.
I want to play this. What are your thoughts on this real quick?
Professor, I just think that I feel like just watching that portion and watching a couple other things I've seen, I feel like, of course, I want to, stand with Lumumba,
right?
And our friends that support him. I don't know why people just be going to the extremes just to try to ensure somebody's life in prison forever and a day. Keep in mind, and don't believe the hype. It's probably not even remotely anything like that. Even if it was, whatever happened, only them and Allah know really why that would have occurred, or what set that off. I mean, think about it. If you love your child, like you love your child, then your child is fucking murdered, and no, the police let people go. The police don't want to help. None of that shit wants to help, and then you got motherfuckers running them out, fucking with you, and you can't concentrate, and you're just, you're a mess, and there's no help. There's no fucking help out there when it comes to securing your mental well-being. This is something I was gonna talk about on my show because I was gonna tell a little story about some shit about myself. When advocates or activists or whatever you want to call it can't get the help we need, serious shit occurs in the worst way, and it's always looked bad upon us. But it was us asking for the motherfucking help. And to the community, begging and begging and begging and begging and begging. And the community don't want to fucking do what the community's supposed to do. And so bad things may occur because we're all alone in our fucking strife and struggles. There's no fucking Black mental health care that is affordable that people can actually utilize. We are stuck as fucking prisoners of war, victims of racial and white supremacy, and a fucking program conditioning that we go through, and we're not getting help. And it's always something, they always want to put us on some wrong ass motherfucking medicines that make us go crazy, drive our family upset, drive the fucking people around us to be irritated, agitated, and fucking want to not be around us. And that loneliness, that rejection, that pain that we simmer with already, then add all of that on top of it, will make a motherfucker just lose their goddamn mind. And anything could trigger something to set that off. And I can speak for this out of my own heart. For 2 years, I've been asking the motherfucking community for goddamn help. 2 fucking years, and I try to seek this shit on my own, and they put me on motherfucking stupid ass medicine that makes my fucking life hard, makes me an intolerable individual, and hard to deal with, and it drives my family apart. And they don't give a damn because secretly they want Black people to fail. They want us to fucking be alone and failing. And when the shit gets too much because we can't cope with everything, we do fucking stupid things or lash out. And then even then, in those moments, we're still fucking alone and still can't get the motherfucking help we need. And it's not on our family to take on all the motherfucking burden of something that you actually get paid for.
Right.
The wellness motherfucking agenda is making buku motherfucking dollars. Surely someone could have took him to help deal with this grief. I just lost my nephew.
Right.
He was killed. He was killed in Aurora. You dig? So he was killed, and that motherfucking killer is out on bond, fucking up, doing drugs, doing the most. He out on bond, and it's a motherfucking, it's one of them. You dig? My nephew was a beautiful fucking young brother. Beautiful. I didn't get the help I needed either. Not to mention, my sister didn't get the fucking help she needed. You know what I mean? And we were tearing each other, because we grieving too. Then I'm in my own shit, and I like, for example, last Saturday, motherfucker tried, man, tried. The intention was to go. You know what I mean? I wanted to go. I wanted Allah to come get me. I wanted to go. So I say this was a cowardice act. Others would be like, man, this is what a fucking soldier would do, is to fall on their own sword. Rather go out with my own hands than fucking the hands of an offspring, or the fucking hands of fucking death itself, or fucking of illness. I just go. You know what I mean? I don't want to be here no more. Those are my thoughts. because the fucking medicine I take got me fucked up. The world, we prisoners of motherfucking war, victims of racial and white supremacy. We fight racial and white supremacy all motherfucking day long, and then we got discord going on in our own lives too. The act of being angry and helpless all the time because I can't go solve problems in the world because people are fucking sick, and I can't go outside and play Batman at night and fucking heal the fucking world. That shit bothers me. Fucking everything that's going on, us not getting fucking what we need, they playing the okie doke with us and the Democrats and shit, and how we must vote for some whack ass bitch. They did shit for us, and motherfuckers just going along with the get along. That shit is just driving me crazy. Then, so it was a combination of different things. Grieving my sister, me and the mate. He was trying to point out the right shit, and I was listening. The medicine, they'll balance my mood. Then it just was enough. I just wanted to go. I thought I was gonna go. Got my kid raised by white folk, not me, white folk, come in my house, yelling at me. They call it T's. The T's don't come in this motherfucking house. Because I could flash and do whatever. They'll never know what could happen with me 1 minute to the next. I got genuine PTSD, so against the laws here, can't tell you. I can say I would, would that be a hot boy statement? And I don't really know how I'm going to react. It just depends, Tone will be everything. I got my family freaking out, man. I free my family. I mean my mate, my brother, my best friend, my sister, my other pieces of village that, I'm thankful that my mate could go over to Sister Bianca's.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that she was there for an outlet. I'm thankful that, the homeboys could talk to my mate. I'm thankful about that because it looked bad, family. It looked bad. But nobody asked me what it was like. Just like nobody asked him if he was okay and sought the help. So you got advocates that are going to wild the fuck out because all we want to do is good. We can't do good if we're not good. And that's the thing. I went and I sought help afterwards. And this is where I'm gonna tell you, this is where we go wrong too. We need our own fucking shit. We need our own black healthcare, that sliding scale that we can afford. No matter what the budget is. We need people to, I understand you work hard in your craft, you got your doctorates, you got your degrees, and you deserve every fucking cent you're asking for, black family. I get it. But if you genuinely want to help somebody, you need to create some kind of collective that we could go on a sliding scale for black people, only meaning there's only black people working there. All the way from the staff to the doctors. There'd be doctors that can prescribe medicine, doctors that can do diagnoses, doctors that can issue fucking evaluations, and doctors that know what to do. Okay, from the start to the finish, from the time you walk in to the time you leave, you see a fucking black face in any of the 48 fucking shades. No white faces. And you don't prescribe medicine just to be prescribing medicine.
Right.
If there's a holistic way, fucking find that. Or guide them somewhere. I'm more of a holistic person.
Right.
This medicine got me fucked up and doing me dirty, got me acting stupid, got me doing the worst, and got me fucking up my family too. Okay. I'm fucking up their mental health too. And I don't want to do that's not me. But when I went to sought help, I told the truth. I went for 2 doctor's appointments separate, right? my clinic, you could do everything there. You can get everything done, you know.
Yeah.
So one, you for like the first hour, you see the doctor for the mental health shit. Then the next hour, you can see the doctor for all the physical wellness and everything. I need medical help with my health, my physical health. Instead, they focused on the suicide act. Doctor asked me a question. I answered the question right. Doctor said, "Do you regret it?" I said, "No." He said, "Would you do it again?" I said, "I'm not in the mood." But read it, I'm over it. That moment is past. I got some rest. I talked to Jesse needed some space. But shit was just too much. Like I don't want to ever get like that. Our sister, I see you over with our sister Bianca.
Yeah.
So I talked to Bianca a little bit. I thanked her, you know, and everything. Because contrary to popular belief, we're like a couple, like it's almost like a married couple.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to have a safe place to go, no matter who it is. That's our sister. That's our friend. That's our family.
Right.
So you know, she been through some similar situations with emotion and whatnot. He felt like that was the safest place to go for him. I reached out. We chatted up. I listened to her advice. I followed her advice to the letter, and that's that. Because I respect what she said. Then I was thankful. I thanked her for letting him go and have a place to be. While I get myself under control. And that's a real woman right there.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know. That's on me. Do whatever I did, right? So, but the thing is that they walked me over to the hospital, like 9 motherfuckers. Over across the street I went from the clinic across the street to the hospital. They checked me in and they put me in a motherfucking turtle suit. Now, cause I've been at the jail many motherfucking times. It's not a flex. I'm just saying. And I've been in a turtle suit at least 3. Okay. So this forest green color is what they put for people that are on suicide watch. Now, keep in mind, I already said I'm over it. I'm not on that anymore. It was 3 days, 4 days later. I adequately rested. I ate. That was part of the problem. I don't eat enough and I don't rest.
Yeah.
And I'm an Aries. Just motherfuck y'all. You know, my mind is constantly rolling. I don't know how to be quiet. You know, stuff like that. So I rested. I ate. I gave my mate some space. I followed my sister's directions. I chopped it up with my mate the next day, I think. And I went to the hospital and I took care of my shit like I said. I told them I would. And they took me there and they put me in a motherfucking room. They took all the shit out the room like I was going to hurt somebody or do something. Now, this ain't the first time they do this, friend. Like, this is like my 8th time that the motherfuckers just cleared the motherfucking room of items and fucking put all my shit up in security. And, you know, a broad could be a problem for real. You know, I'm not perfect. So I acted out and wild out a few times in the hospital. Just because I came in and I don't like white folk, period. And one time I wild out was throwing shit and I brought this old black lady calm me down and we were watching movies and chilling for the whole 24 hours before they actually locked me up. But she had red eyeshadow on, white as fucking ghost, red eyeshadow. Bitch looked like a demon and I made sure she knew it. So kicking and growling at her and shit like, oh wow. But this time was different. I was lucky that they did put I put 2 security in there. They tried to take my jewelry off my hand, wouldn't let them. They put me in this motherfucking green suit. They exposed me. They exposed me to do medical stuff. That's what I was really going for. And they tried to slip in the suicide watch.
Yeah.
And they exposed me by putting like my EKG and shit all over my chest. But to lift my gown to expose my body to the world. Then they closed the door. Everybody and their mama could see my body. That is an offense. I'm a Muslim, but I'm modest.
Right.
I'm not like real good right now with being Muslim. I'm fucking up, but I'm modest. I'm very modest. So to expose me like that, that was ugly. The security guard, though, FBA brother.
Yeah.
I say this because when you motherfuckers like to act like I'm not from this area, I'm not from the east side, I'm not from Curtis Park, they don't remember, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't always sick and I wasn't always in a wheelchair.
Right.
So I wasn't always this motherfucking big either. Really.
Yeah.
The brother told me, he came real close to me and he said not to freak out, this is protocol. And he already knew who I was. He said, because he did it ever since I was a little girl. That man's been a security guard at one of these hospitals. And he said, this isn't a racial thing. This is a protocol thing. Meaning he must have already known I was going to get buck on the system like, this is what you do to black people. Because contrary to popular belief in shading and whatnot, I see myself and always have to see myself on that side of the spectrum. So when I say this is what you do to black people, this is fucking offensive.
Yeah.
You put a motherfucker in a suit, like in a forest green motherfucking suit, and you surrounded by nothing but the fucking devil. What the fuck do you think is going to happen? Right? So in my mind, I felt like they was trying to like lock me down. I was not on watch then. I didn't do nothing. I was actually clear-minded. I had stopped taking the medicine because the medicine's fucking me up and it's fucking up my family. Meaning, like I said, my family consists of 5 motherfucking people. Me, my mate, my brother, and my 2 friends. That's it. 3 friends. Plus my surrogate mother and father. You know, they were all black, except for my brother. Might as well.
Yeah.
Right? So, this is how I feel. I feel like they criminalized me. They exposed me. They talked to me like I was a child. And they wanted to hear something. They wanted me to say I regretted it. But then they kept me on the same medicine.
Yeah.
They didn't change my medicine, even though they knew that that's what the problem was, right?
Yeah.
The medicine made me go medicine's supposed to help me sleep. It's supposed to regulate my moods.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't factor in almost 45?
45 next.
Almost 45 years old, right?
Yeah.
And woman and hormonal. In the prime right now, hormonal prime, right?
Yeah.
So they don't factor that in. They just want what I told Jesse when I got back. I said, you could tell they don't give a fuck about us because they kept me on the same medicine. And he even refilled it. So to me, family, I say this to let you know that we do not have an option. Even though right now we are working on this this task force and this thing that we worked on today, I feel like I've never really wanted to be a mental health motherfucking person, but I feel like somebody gotta take the motherfucking reins and run with it so we can get the help we need. Because our brother is in prison or is in jail.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers are feeling all kind of extra historical fucking fear against whatever. But in hindsight, would any of them be any different? Would it be any different? Man loved his son. If I have children, my children don't really favor me and have not in a long fucking time. But if let's say hypothetically, we just had a child, we worked hard, our child was following the same path as Jesse, and he was doing big things, politically advocating for our plight, the black plight, trying to change things. And someone took my baby off the fucking map. I don't think I stopped looking. And we say that there used to be a time where we would be like, we better pray that the police find you before I do. You remember, family? You remember when we used to say things like that?
Yeah.
You better hope the police get you before I do. Because if I get you, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Remember, we used to say that, and now we acting all fucking scary and bougie and shit. Like we never said those things. Because we said those things. I said those things. If someone took my child, you better fucking believe I'm not playing. If my kid came up, remember back in the day when they used to steal motherfucking kids. They still do, but I thought I was guarding my little baby girl like a fucking, like a fucking drug habit. You know what I mean? And I was like, if something would have happened to her though,
Trash.
yeah, trash. Something would have happened to her though, this is what I would have done. Better hope the motherfucking chiefs find you before I do. You better hope that. You better hope, because I move around and I move around quietly and I just don't give a fuck. Young and just don't give a fuck. But that's my baby. If something would happen, something would happen to, like something happened to one of us, I will not give up. You better hope the law finds you before I find you.
Right.
You know, that's how we used to talk. And now we don't talk like that. And now we depend on the police. But if you haven't noticed, a lot of these crimes lately, they happen to black people, are being solved by black people.
Yeah.
And it's us solving our own motherfucking crimes.
Mm-hmm.
And even if we gotta go to that route, motherfuckers just don't stop running their mouth and be pushy.
Right.
And so I feel like I want to support my brother. I going to actually reach out. I reached out to one of our friends through the Front Line Blacc news page. Tell my Facebook that, hey, they wiped my girl. They wiped you. They won't let me in. To my Facebook, but I can still kind of access it through. I got access Checcs or whatever.
Yeah.
We got the same people's. Just want to say this, family. Black family. Do not call the law. We need to tighten up amongst each other for support. Do not say you could support somebody emotionally if you cannot.
Right.
If you are not emotionally capable of handling anyone else right now to help you or help them, and you can't be of assistance, like picking up the phone, don't fucking offer. I want to thank my people that helped me too. There was two, and it was a white person.
Mm.
It was RJ.
Oh yeah, shout out to RJ.
Shout out to RJ. RJ came in the, well, didn't come, but RJ brought me a burger.
Oh, that was nice.
And I cried on my eye and go, front, that was the best motherfucking Whopper ever. I was in tears. I ate that motherfucker.
Mm.
RJ came in through the clutch, Sister Ashita, reminded me to look at my mate's version of things, because I was in an ugly space. It was really ugly space. To remind me how they look, and to remind them, men got needs and feelings too.
Mm-hmm.
They can only take so much.
Right.
We was having a good bonding session. So shout out to Sister Ashita. Shout out to RJ, man. Me and RJ are typical Aries behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to RJ. Definitely a writer right there. And I was so thankful. Shout out to Sister Bianca.
Yeah.
For and everybody, all the men that helped Jesse too, because that's a rough situation. Look, family, just don't call them. Tighten up. And if you know there's something wrong, man, you might need to confiscate a motherfucking weapon or two. Tell your family get right. Go ahead and do that. Don't feel bad about it, but give it back.
Right.
Because it's dangerous, fucking crucial times. If you know that there's a safe outlet for someone that's feeling like they don't want to live no more, then make sure they get the motherfucking help they need.
Right.
Please. And do not call the laws. That's number one.
Right.
Don't call the motherfucking law. There's ways that you can always find somebody know how to bring a motherfucker out of overdose, anything like that. You know, anything you need, there's always a way out. We are the masters of keeping each other alive. We are the masters of everything. We are the one. So we can reach out, and we, no matter what happens, you can't judge a person for their actions when they feel like they have to leave. It's that fucking tumultuous, and they don't know any other way. They're tired. It's painful, and it hurts, and that's just the only way they can cope. So until we get our mental health care, black on everything, and I mean that, man. I mean that because they will never understand us. They will never understand us, and they don't know how to treat us or care for us. So I'm telling you now, don't take it to the hospital. You need to tighten up with the family. Not everybody's family's good. Find somebody you can talk to. Fucking, we need to do that, and we need to do that now. So the master could still be here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm lucky I'm here. I'm lucky I'm here.
Right.
But the wellness we got is created by fucking diabolical souls. So we just money to them. Money and a number.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jesse.
All right, so I was gonna get to this next topic, but it's super late, so I'm gonna end the show now. So thank y'all for tuning in. It's season 4, episode 21, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Oh my God, what is this, Wednesday now? I guess Lady Tay be doing an RBA sometime today. So stay tuned for that. And then we'll be doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Friday. And it's going to be on StreamYard. Shabaka
was going in today. Yesterday.
Loud talk.
It's only a couple more days, Shabaka. I got you, cuz. I got you. We got something for you. So, just a couple more days.
Yes. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, blight, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chain Crewman, Carl State, House of Representative candidate for District 8, signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace, Black family.